Hello, how's it going? Welcome everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Let's see, hey Goodrim, hello. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good start of the week. Welcome to the stream. So, let's see. So for today, I'm going to be doing a couple of things. Technically 3 things. My goal is 3 things here in this stream. And Nicholas, hello. I'm doing well. Busy week, but already it's only Monday and it's already a busy week. But overall, it's been really, really good. An A to the J. Hello. So this stream, I've got 3 goals. 1, I'm going to be using the new Zelda rig that was released, which is a fantastic rig. I haven't animated with it yet, but I've done some quick posing with it, and it is really cool. And it's free. So if anyone wants to check out this rig that we're going to be using, just type in !rig in the chat and you'll be able to find the link to download that rig, along with a bunch of other cool rigs. The second thing I'm going to be doing, so I'm going to be using this Zelda rig, which I haven't animated before. That should be interesting. The second thing I'm going to try to do is I want to do a kind of exploration on contacts. And what I mean by contacts is a character holding something, letting go, switching hands, and manipulating the object. Not just holding on and doing this and not moving the grip, but spinning the object and really manipulating it. Because that is something that I often see people kind of avoid if they can. So I kind of want to do, it's not going to be a demo, but I just want to animate something that has a lot of it to kind of show how I would approach this kind of stuff. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was approach the shot that had a lot of physicality with it. A lot of the shots I've done so far on stream have been kind of simple, in the sense that like, it's a wave or a walk, something like that. And this one I want to try and push to be a little bit more dynamic in terms of the animation. Just to see how we can go. Now, this is going to be a multi-stream project, so it's not going to all be done today. I don't know how far we're going to get, but we'll see how far we go. And as usual, if you have questions during all of this, definitely feel free to just let me know, and we can always go on a tangent and answer some questions. But let's jump in here and just get started. So, this is the Zelda rig that I'm going to be working with today. And you guys have probably seen the Sir Wade videos. If you haven't, definitely check it out. He has a whole overview of this rig, which is fantastic. You can find the link to his channel down below. But definitely check out that if you're interested in using this rig. Also, a huge thanks to the rigger, which I believe is Christoph, for creating this rig, because he did an amazing job and he's awesome. He also streams on Twitch if you guys are interested. Just type in his name, I believe. And you should be able to find him. But today we're going to be using this rig. And let's see. Ooh, I have a quick question. Did something stupid named Jules Mod instead of Jules Shot Ready? And now I can't use a pose library or anything. If that happens, you just need to switch the namespace of the rig. Sorry, not of the rig, but of the tools. So for example, if you're using the pose library, where is my custom? There we go. So if I open the pose library here, and is it going to open for me? Maya, there you go. So it's just that Maya is looking for Jules Shot Ready but can't find it. So let's open up Jules here, and let's say I want to apply a hand pose. What you'd want to do is, for the namespace, instead of from file, set it to from selection. And that'll switch the namespace to whatever your rig is currently set to, instead of the one that's saved on file, which is by default with all of these, the standard namespace should be the Jules Shot Ready, or whatever default namespace comes in with the rig. Same thing with the GUI picker. If you're using the GUI picker and it stops working, there's a button, set namespace from selection, something like that. It's right at the very top middle of the GUI picker. You click on that with one of the controls selected, it'll set it, and then you're all good to go. So hopefully that solves the issue for you. And personally, I like to name my namespaces, especially when I have multiple rigs of the same type. So for example, let's say I had this scene and I had 2 Zelda rigs. One of them I was going to turn into like Shadow Zelda or something like that. What I don't want is to have my scene here with Zelda V001_004 and then the name, and then another one which is Zelda V0010042. That's not very intuitive, and when you're looking at controls, it's not pleasant to look at a long name like that. So instead, I'll go into the reference editor and just switch this. So for example, if I had Zelda and then Shadow Zelda, I would name one Zelda and maybe the other one Shadow. And then now, like if I just do that here, Zelda, enter, there we go. That's easy, clean. If the other one's called Shadow, as soon as I pick the name, I would see Zelda or Shadow. I know which control belongs to which character. And especially if they're in a fight and they're kind of like on top of each other, not just separated with miles of difference between them, but they're switching places and they're flipping over top of each other. That can be a nightmare if you're trying to figure out whose arm control is this, or whose like eye control is it, because the eye control can actually be away from the body. So now that can just kind of get lost. So I hope that helps. And Sarah, hello! Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Busy, but it's a good kind of busy. Let's see. For this shot, I think I'm going to be using the ice rod here. I kind of like the design of it. I was thinking of using the Master Sword, and this rig is awesome. The rigger included all of these different things. You've got a torch, you've got the Master Sword, a harp, apple, so much. I had originally thought of using the Master Sword, but the Master Sword is kind of Link's weapon, and I would kind of like to try and create something that feels a little bit more Zelda, not just something Link would do. Now, if I do use the sword, one thing I would do is I would try to use it in a way that Link wouldn't use. That way it's kind of unique to her and how she would wield it. But for now, I want to use the staff, just because I kind of like the idea. And there's something about playing the old games, and when you found the staff, all the different staffs, the ice staff, the fire staffs, there's always something really cool about that for me. So I'm going to be using this, I believe. Let's show the controls for it. And let's see. I'm just checking to see where it attaches to. And if I'm going to have to change anything. Because what I don't want is it to follow one thing in particular. And I believe right now it's going to follow either the hand or the back. I want to detach it. And I'm not sure if there is that option. Let's see. Because if I move this out here and then it gets affected by any spine motion like this is going to be a nightmare to animate. So this is just going to follow the hand no matter what, which is also something I don't want. Even if I bring it out there, it still follows the hand. So let's see. This is it here. This is the control that's affecting the weight, so it goes either on the back or the arm here. And I need to set this to 0, but it's currently being controlled by something. So see. Now, typically I'm not a fan of going through a rig and modifying things too much, but in this case, all I would really need... And Sir Wade, hey! Welcome to the stream, Sir Wade! And thank you for subscribing as well! Yes, ooh, Zelda animation. Hopefully it'll go well. I haven't animated this rig yet, but I have done post-tests and it's been so much fun already. Right now I just need to figure out a way to detach this rod from her hand. And I think what I'm going to do is... Let's see. I could just break the connection. I don't really need it anymore. Just do that. Boop. Boop. Because I know that I'm not going to be using this connection here in order to connect the rod to the character. So there's really no point in having it. Okay. So now it should be free and all on its own. Yay! If your object penetrates a bit the clothes of your character, how can you deal with that? I imagine there should be a way to deform the clothes somehow. So if you're moving the character and the skin is starting to poke through, there's a few different ways you can do this. For me personally, I will just leave it until the very end. So when you're done your animation, you finish all your polishing, that's when I would go through and I would adjust some of the clothes or the skin itself to fix that issue. And I don't know if this rig will have it, but often what I'll do is I'll just select the geometry of either the clothes or the body underneath, whichever I feel is kind of the problem. So for example, if the clothes look good, I don't want to adjust those. I'll adjust the skin underneath. And you can just select the geometry, right click, go to vertice, and you can animate the individual vertices. So for example, if I found that maybe part of the arm here was sticking out, I could just move that in. Now, what I would do when I'm animating that is I would key the frame before where it's okay, set a key on that. Go to the next frame where it's okay, set a key on those. That way I have these placeholders that kind of lock it, the vertice where it was originally, nice and clean where it's not a problem. And then from there, I would animate in between. And then just kind of push the vertices in. So that's one way of doing it. Another is that you can create blend shapes. For final polish stuff, and especially if it's just little things where the skin is pushing through or the cloth is sinking in, blend shapes to me often take a little bit more time than just setting a few keys. And especially when I know that I'm pretty much good to go. The other thing that I'll do with that is I will put all of that animation on a new animation layer. That way, if something does go wrong, I can just turn it off and it's good, and I didn't accidentally key it on all sorts of on my base channel and then have to try and find them and delete them. So that's the typical way I would approach it. Now, there are better tools and things like that, but for most cases, it's only like a few frames here and there. This is quick and easy. So I hope that helps. How do you use animation layers? Animation layers are basically ways that you can add animation or override animation on top of each other. So by default, all of our animation that we create is technically on a layer. We just don't see it. So if I go to the animation layer panel here, you can see there's nothing. It's empty. But it's technically still on a layer. And I can prove this by just clicking this button here. This is going to create a new layer, or just an empty layer. And when I create that, we get two. There, on screen, 2 layers. One is the base animation layer. This is the layer that all our animation goes on by default. Our second animation layer is now here, and it's empty, and there's nothing assigned to it. If I want to add something to a layer, what I would just need to do is select the control or the bunch of controls that I want and add them to it. So for example, I would want in this scene, I'll just do this generally for now, and refine it later. Let's say I want to add some shake to the head or a little extra motion to the head. I can take the head control, and you can see that there's this green icon next to base animation. That shows that this is the currently active layer and that this head control is also on base animation. If I right click on animation layer or anim layer 1, I can add the selected object. Boop. And now it also shows up green, and base animation now shows red, which basically means that the head, the current control that I have, is on base animation, but it's not currently active. I'm currently setting keys on the anim layer. You'll also notice that your attributes change color to show that they are in animation layers. From there, you can just animate, and you can either overwrite or add to your base animation or whatever other layers you have. If you overwrite, basically whatever animation is below this layer is not going to count. It's like it doesn't even exist, which is very good if you want to try some different things. So maybe you have one head art go like this, and then the other one go down, and you're not sure which one to do. Well, you make 2 animation layers, one with each version, set them to overwrite, and pick and choose. You can click one on, click one off, and then, okay, I'll pick that one, and then you just clean up your layers afterwards. Or in this case, let's say I want to just add a shake to the head. Maybe she's cold, she's in a frigid environment, the ice world, or the ice level, and I can just add some shake to the one layer, and it'll apply it to the base animation and kind of add to. So my base animation could have these nice, beautiful arcs in the head, nice and clean, and then the extra layer adds the shakes over top, which makes it very easy to add these little details without ruining my base animation or making it harder to animate later on. So that's a basic explanation of them. I will be applying these later on in this animation that I'm doing. But if there is something specific you want me to take to do here, definitely let me know. So going back here, I have detached the staff, but one thing I'm noticing is that its axis is completely off. So you can see how it's kind of rotated at this odd angle. I don't want that. It's going to cause some problems for me later on. Actually, since I just turned this off, let's see. Let's just set a key on this. Oh. Active objects have no keyable attributes. Okay. So I need to reset this. And do I want to keep the constraint? I don't really have to. Let's see if I just delete this. Or let's go in my outliner here. Find this control. And there's the constraint. I'm just going to double check. So ice rod root parent constraint. Ice rod root parent constraint. Okay. So let's see if I can get rid of that. Nope. It's referenced. Can I just break these connections? Yes, there we go. So now this should allow me to reset this. And there we go. Haha. So a little bit of breaking the rig, I guess you could say. And Roger, hello! Technically, I'm not breaking the rig. I'm just disconnecting things that I know I won't need. In general, you won't have to do this, but I find for what I'm going to be doing next here, I'm going to have to do this, or I'm going to run into a lot of problems trying to counter animate things and make things work. So there we go. Now we have a staff that is completely free, and at this point I can just animate how I want. Okay. So the other thing I'm going to need to do with this staff, which I don't have to worry about now, but it's got all of these extra controls, which are very handy. And it lets you bend the staff. But you'll notice that it kind of deforms in an odd way here. So I might have to watch out for this later on. Now I have tweaked this so that it actually works a little bit better. And the way I did this, let me reset this staff here so you can see. So, select my edges. And, okay. There we go. So, by default, you'll notice that when you rotate it, you get these sharp bends. Like that. Which doesn't really work too well for smear frames. If I was to try and use this and I wanted this really quick action and just smear or bend the staff, this is just going to look like it's all sections. It doesn't really look like a nice curve to the staff. So what I did was I just selected the geometry and smoothed it out. Now there is a problem with that. So let me reset this to show what the problem is. And that is that once you smooth the staff, everything becomes really smooth. So this nice ice crystal thing at the top suddenly just becomes these blobs. And everything just kind of loses its appeal, which I don't want to do. I want to make sure this still stays really cool looking. But by smoothing it out, if I do rotate these, look at that. I actually get a bend now versus a that weird just bend. This is a nice flowing bend. So how do I get the best of both worlds? Well, in this case, all I did was I used the crease tool in Maya. And the crease tool is a way to select edges that you are smoothing out. So I've taken this object, smoothed it out, and I can crease the edges to harden them back up. So in this case, I'm just going to take all of the edges right here, hold down Shift, right click, and select the crease tool. With the crease tool selected, I'll just middle mouse drag to the right, and this is going to crease all the edges. And in this case, it kind of just brings it right back to where it was. Next, I'm going to select all the horizontal running edges here, along the length. So these are the bend points right here. And I think that should be all of them. Yeah, I don't really want to take that top one there. So I'll take all of these, go back to the crease tool, and then middle mouse drag to the left. This will uncrease those lines. So what that gives me is the sharp edges at the top and on all the other pieces here, but those bend points are still smooth, which means that when I rotate this now, I still get that nice soft bend, but with the nice detail that comes with the staff by default. So let's go with that. Like so. Now another thing I'm going to have to think about is the pivot point for this staff. How do I want to do this? There is a root control here, which I could use to animate, but it's going to be a pain because I always have to push the up arrow to select it. Oh, could I teach that again? Oh yeah, the crease tool. So the crease tool is, let me actually show it on an object that you'll be able to see a little bit more easily. So let's create a cube here. So let's say we've got this cube and we want to soften it up. Boop, softened up. Now, here's another little quick trick. If you're softening up an object and you get this horrible jaggedness in the object, just select it and then hit the page up or page down button. Page up will increase the resolution of the smoothness, page down will lower it. So page up, if I do that twice, Look at that. I've pretty much got a perfect sphere, and technically it's still a cube. But it's perfectly round. Now, I could add more detail to bring in some sharpness to this. Or I can use the crease tool. So for the crease tool, just select the edges you want to crease. So let's just take this one, for example. Hold down Shift, right click, and select the crease tool. And once again, I can middle mouse drag and interactively kind of pick how much of a crease I want. Do I want to bring it all the way back to be extremely sharp, or maybe just part way in the middle and bring it back a little bit to where it was? So let's take the whole top here and see what happens when we crease. So now you can see that brings that back to the shape, that nice flat shape on the top. So like that. I can take these edges here and let's crease those. But instead of bringing all the way back so we get the cube, maybe we'll only go halfway. And now we've got this nice rounded shape here. So you can really use the crease tool in a lot of ways to bring in some detail without having to add more detail. Is it possible to rename a referenced object? It is possible to rename the namespace, if that's what you mean. So for example, here I named this namespace Zelda instead of the default that comes in. And this is how you would have multiple versions of a rig, and you could name it to different things. So if I had another copy of this rig, I could call it Shadow if this was going to be Shadow Zelda, which would actually be kind of cool. And you would just do that under File, Reference Editor, select the reference you want, and just change the namespace right there. Now, personally, I would try to do this at the start of the shot, because the further you go and the more things you put in, it's not supposed to break, but you never know. Like, the more complexity that gets added, the more easily something could break along the way. So I just do this as soon as I open the shot and bring everything in. I'll rename this, and I might have to rename things later, but at the beginning is usually best. And if you mean a specific, or if you mean renaming the file itself, you can rename the file itself, but it would have to be re-referenced. Okay, so we've got the staff here. Now, this is all set up and good to go. It's moving the right way. I might have to constrain it later, but we'll worry about that when we get there. I'm not a fan of setting up too many constraints right at the start of a shot. And for now, I'm just going to kind of move it out of the way and bring it in once I need it. Okay, it's the namespace. When I try to rename it, it says cannot rename a read-only node. Interesting. Cannot rename a read-only node. It shouldn't be read-only. Interesting. Okay, yeah, definitely try to reset your preferences. Also, another thing to try if there's a read-only node, go to File, Optimize Scene Size, and this, I don't know if it'll solve it, but it's worth a try. Go down to Remove Unknown Nodes and just hit Optimize Now. Just the one beside Unknown Nodes. Don't hit the general Optimize at the top or bottom. So just hit that, and that might fix it. So for example, if any of you get an error where you're trying to save your scene and the file comes up, cannot save scene, unknown nodes detected, or something like that, this is how you fix it. You just go into File, Optimize Scene Size, go to the options, Unknown Nodes, Optimize. It'll remove them, clean it up, and then you'll be able to save your scene. And that actually came up when I opened this shot. For some reason, I got that error. So, if ever you need to save your scene, that's the way you can do it. It always comes up at the worst times. And Aber Snow, thank you so much for following. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Let's see. So, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pose Zelda out in a default pose. Oh, nice. Yeah, I used to get that a lot. It somehow stopped recently. I've never been able to figure out exactly what causes it a lot of the time, but it is an easy fix, luckily. Now, I did want to show one program, and let me find the link here before I show it so I can paste the link for you guys. Okay, this is, I believe it's a free program. Yeah, it's a free program. It's basically name your price. So I would definitely recommend like giving $5 or something just short about it. But this is called Pure Ref, and it is a fantastic program that allows you to bring in reference images and quickly organize and compile them. So here I brought in a bunch of Zelda reference for poses and just kind of inspiration so that I can capture Zelda, and I wanted to make sure I capture the feeling of Princess Zelda, not just some adventurer. So I brought in a bunch of reference here, and this program is really cool because you can just kind of move it over any program and it just stays on top. You can set the opacity of it, so if you've only got one monitor, you can let's see, I forget where, I never set the transparency, but you can set it to transparent right there. You can bring in images, and by default all these images were different sizes. Some were tiny, some were huge. I can select them all and then just go to image, normalize. It normalizes all the sizes so they're nice and the same ratio. But then what I really like is, let's say I want to look at one of these images more closely. I can just double click on it and it goes full screen. So I can kind of look, oh, this is how Zelda tends to hold her hands. This is how she kind of places her hands together. Double click, now I'm all the way out. Let's see this one. Double click, okay, this is how she kind of keeps her hands when they're relaxed, or how she puts her hands like so when she's got her hands in front of her. So I can very quickly move this around and look at a bunch of reference. And if you're drawing, sculpting, anything, this program is fantastic for just compiling a bunch of reference, and then you can reorganize it. So I can bring those over there. So if I have like, maybe these are the older Zeldas, or older as in age, the more dark Zeldas, Breath of the Wild, I can kind of put up here. Some of the concept sketches over there, and I can start organizing and cleaning things up. Or if I want to keep them all just kind of compact, select everything, images, arrange, and I'll just go optimal, and boop, it puts them all together in this nice kind of layout. So I definitely recommend this program, especially if you're, again, drawing, sculpting, things like that. It can be very, very useful. Oh, no worries, Greg. Thank you so much for dropping by. And let's see. What do you think about this Zelda rig? I really like it so far. I haven't animated with it, so this is going to be my first animation with the rig, but having posed it and just done quick tests, I really enjoy it. Oh, I'm glad it makes you happy. So we'll see how the animation goes. From everything I've heard, it's going to be really good. And it's already got some controls that I'm a big fan of. Did you rig this model? No, I did not. This was done by, I always forget his name, Christoph something. If you type in !rig in the chat. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Gudrum. So Christoph Schoch. Scotch. I won't pronounce that name properly. But you can download it there. It's free. And he has a bunch of other awesome rigs in there. I highly recommend, if anyone's interested in this rig, check it out. Also check out Sir Wade's video on this rig. He goes in a super awesome in-depth explanation of how to use it, all the different controls, all the different features that this rig has. And you can find that video. There's a link to Sir Wade's YouTube channel down below. If you're not subscribed to him, definitely do that. because it is an awesome, awesome channel. So definitely check that out. Okay, so I think with that, let's actually start setting some keys, because I haven't even animated anything yet, and it's already 30 minutes in. I know how to rig a little bit. I used to rig as a hobby before I was an animator, but I haven't really rigged since then. So I'm very, very rusty when it comes to rigging and setting up that kind of setup. It's still a lot of fun, and I do like to do a little bit whenever I have some free time, but it is a skill that takes a lot of time, and it's not something I can justify putting a lot of time into currently. But it is fun. That and sculpting. I really like to do some sculpting whenever I have time. Okay, so let's get the feet kind of in position here. And one thing I've noticed in a lot of the references is Zelda tends to stand with her hips much further out. So by default, this rig is nice. There's already this lean in the legs. A lot of rigs, when you first open them, the legs will be straight underneath like so. This is not a natural stance. People tend to stand with their feet a little bit further back in general. Not everyone. I found you through Surwade. You guys are awesome. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. And I'm gonna butcher this name. I'm so sorry. Elsvita. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, is Maya 2019 less bugged than 2018? I've heard conflicting reports. For me, 2018 it worked okay, better than 2017. 2019 has been one of the better versions that I have used. At least for me, it just works really well. Other people have a lot of problems with it. And I will say there are bugs with 2019 regarding certain rigs. I know certain rigs I've used in 2019, the way it interpolates information doesn't work super well. And it can cause the rig controls to not update properly compared to the rig geometry. Now there's a fix for that, which is to go into your settings and preferences, animation, I believe, and interesting. Okay. Go to evaluation mode under the animation section in your preferences and set your evaluation to DG. And that should solve the rig update issue. Or if it's already set to DG, set it to parallel. The other thing I've found, which is specific for my setup because I'm streaming and I'm doing these kind of more hardware intensive setups, is that I would often get crashes when I'm doing streams and animating in Maya. But as soon as I turned GPU override off, it fixed a lot of that. So if you're trying to record yourself using Maya, or you're doing something that also uses a lot of GPU on your system at the same time and you're experiencing a lot of crashes, try turning this off. That might actually help quite a bit. The play stop button is snapping. Oh, that is definitely strange. Wow. The play stop is snapping IKFK. Yeah, that is definitely strange. I would recommend trying to update if you can and see if that helps. Let's see. But yeah, overall, I found 2019 to be very, very stable. It works well. It's fast. It's got a lot of really cool features like cached playback, which is just awesome. I don't use it all that much, to be honest, but it is nice to have. Okay. So let's get these feet in position here. So the first thing I'm going to do here is just try to get a quick starting pose for the character. And then I'm going to try to merge that into the animation that I want to do here. And my main goal here is to keep the feeling of Princess Zelda in this pose. I don't want this to feel like default adventurer A or just some generic character. I really want this to feel like Zelda. I do have to say, one thing I love about this rig is this control right here. It's so intuitive to get foot roll and then foot angle right in this. This is fantastic. I love that. It's a control I would love to see more rigs utilize. I'm very much a what's the right word I'm looking for? Hands-on animator. I would much prefer animating physical controls than an attribute if I have the choice. Let's see, I use 2017 because Art VO1 or version 1 of Unreal works better. Oh, nice. I don't think I've ever used Art V1. Let's see. I'm doing the week 8 assignment. I'd like to ask you something about constraints. Definitely. I want to know where I constrain the box on her hand for cog. Okay. So let me open up this image here and let me open up another copy of Maya here. Okay, so this is the setup you have here. Now, for this, because you're dealing with a heavy box, I would not constrain the box to her. I would constrain her hands to the box. The stream here is stopped. Oh, it is stopped. Wait, can you guys see me? Am I back? Hello. It looked like it froze for just a second. Can you guys hear and see me? Hello. I should be back. Let me double check on my end. Okay. It's slow? Okay, interesting. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely slow. Ugh. Let me check something. It's in step mode? Yes, super laggy. I'm looking at it on my end as well, and it's like I'm skipping every 10th frame. Or every 10 frames. Okay, what's going on here? The new internet can't come soon enough. Okay, it seems to be better now. We should be fine. Internet. Okay, so to answer the question about the constraint, and hopefully you can hear me, and it's coming through now. So if you have this setup here, the best way to kind of approach it is before your move. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know what I'd be able to do to solve that. But I would constrain the hands to the box. If you're dealing with a heavy box, constraining the box to the hands or to the cog or anything else is going to cause a lot of problems where it's going to be a pain to animate that box. It's going to be a pain to move things. You're going to either counter animate or the pivot point's going to be in the wrong spot and it's going to make the box feel very light. If this is heavy, you want that box to feel like it is just solid and it takes a lot of effort to move. So let me bring in a character here. And I want the Stella rig here. Okay, and I'm not going to bring in the texture just because it'll be a little faster. She will throw the box later in the animation. Yeah, so she's going to throw it onto the seesaw. and do a jump, I'm assuming. So what I would do is set her hands to IK. Oop. Create a box here. There we go. This box might be a little big, but let's say you've got that box there. Then you can take the hands and just constrain them directly to the box. So position this here. Let's do the other one. And I wonder if I can just use the mirror tool. Oh, dang it. Wrong arm. I always forget the order. Okay, there we go. So you've got the arms in position here. I can now constrain them to the box. I'll select the box first, then the control, go to constrain, parent, and just turn that on with maintain offset turned on. So I'll add that. Do the same for the other hand. So now the hands follow the box, and I can animate the character moving, and I would just move the box along with them to get that feeling of them moving the box. Now the advantage of this is you're going to be able to get a really good sense of weight in this box. The other thing is that it's very easy to adjust these hands on the surface of this box. This is one of the big things when you're animating, is if you've got something in your hands, you don't want it to just lock and then as the object moves, it just stays in place. You want to be able to adjust it. So you can see how my hand can move in different positions on this bottle. Well, with this setup and with the Stella rig here, all you need to do is turn on the gimbal control visibility, and you get a second control right in here that you can use to offset the hand and animate it while it's constrained. So if I need the hand to adjust and maybe reposition itself just a little bit there, no problem. There we go. Now, if you want to turn the constraint off, so she throws the box and lets go, select the IK control, hit S to set a key, and for some reason, I'm going to have to reset my preferences again. For some reason, it's not doing it. But ideally, what should happen is when you set your key, all of these attributes will turn green, and you'll get a blend parent attribute, which will allow you to turn the constraint on and off. Now, I always forget why this stops working. I wonder if it's actually my key settings. So key, set key. Let's reset that. All manipulator handles. Okay, let me undo set key here. Oop. Nope, that did not do it. Interesting. Yeah, so these are supposed to turn green and you get a blend parent attribute. But you can then turn that on and off, and there you go. So that's the setup I would use. It's quick, easy, and doesn't take too much in order to actually get a good, clean animation in there. And what is the toolbar you have with that mirror tool? This is the Animbot toolbar. So, Animbot. It is a paid plugin, but it has a lot of really cool features that I really enjoy. I will be honest, I don't use it all that often. Just because of the work I do, it doesn't really come into play, but there are a few things I really love about it, and it is worth it. So let's see, and me thinking about creating a skeleton for the box. If you were to rig the box, that could, if you wanted to actually animate the box and rig it, then yes, a skeleton would be great. But for something that's just going to be animating this just being thrown, this is going to be much simpler. There will be a new channel for the constraint you created. There will be a new attribute here. So if you select your constrained object and set a key, what's supposed to happen is that these blue attributes, the constrained ones, turn green, and then you get a new attribute at the bottom called blend parent, which allows you to turn it on and off. For me, I don't know why it keeps turning off that feature, and I never remember how to turn that on other than just resetting my preferences. So it should just show up right at the bottom there. It'll be blend parent. So I hope that answers your question. And let's see, my connection is not great again. Interesting. I wonder why. One day I'm gonna get an upgrade in my internet. It's supposed to come, but every time we get a date, they postpone it another week. So at this point, we have no idea when it'll actually come in. But let's get back to posing here. So I want this nice line of action in the body, this curve to the body. The arm should kind of come in. And then I want a little bit of a bend to it. Let's get that hand a little bit more relaxed. And I'll do a quick hand pose in just a second, but for this hand pose, I think I'll bring in the staff. So let's bring that in, get it on the ground, and already I'm thinking I'm going to need some way of pivoting this from multiple points. Right now, if I try to animate this, I'm going to have a big problem of trying to maintain a pleasant offset or pivot it from certain points. Hey Hugh, how's it going? I saw you linked the stream. I wish I could have jumped in. And that's awesome that you're animating this rig as well. That's fantastic. I hope you enjoyed it. I haven't technically animated with it yet, but so far I'm really enjoying it. You have to let me know if there's anything I should watch out for. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a quick offset control for this staff. So I'm just going to create a NURB circle here. Let's freeze its transformations. And then I'm going to... Let's open up my outliner. Find the staff. Okay. Ice rod is under the prop rigs. Let's just take that and parent it to... dang it, I can't reparent it. Let's see. I could constrain it. So I'm going to take the NURB circle, then the ice rod, constrain that. So now, as I move this, the circle will control the ice rod, like so. But then, I can take the main control here, and use that as an offset. So for example, if I wanted to pivot it from the base, I can move it like so, and now the rod pivots from down here. So now I've basically got a movable pivot. And to be nice here, I should rename this Ice Rod I'll just call it Master Control. There we go. So now I can easily just set it on the ground here and position it and get nice clean rotation. Like so. So if ever you need a prop to have a movable pivot, this is one way to do it. Now this hand is going to have to be an IK. If it's going to hold on to that rod. see. Might bring the rod closer. Also need to adjust the clavicles. So one thing I've noticed looking at Zelda reference art is that she often tends to keep her shoulders back. So she's got her shoulders kind of pulled back slightly. So I do want to keep that in there. So something like that, and yeah, I don't want that rod to be so far away that her hand has to be uncomfortably pulled forward. Basically right there should do. And let's actually just zoom in on this so I can see a little bit more detail. Okay. Let's bring the elbow in. And then let's get the hands actually in place here. So this is where, and if anyone's been in my streams for any amount of time, you'll know what I'm going to talk about, but where hand poses come in really handy. So I could just pose this hand or this thing like this, go, hey, I'm done, yay, I'll do the hands later. Except the hands right now are always going to make this look wrong. It's going to look like something is missing or broken. It's not going to be appealing no matter what I do. So just doing a quick hand pose is going to do a lot in pushing this so that my shot has some appeal to it. And just the hip swinger needs enabled. Yeah, that I did that right away. This control right here. So you can move the hips on their own. That is definitely something I wanted in there. Also, IK hand doesn't have space switcher. Those are my only thoughts. Oh, that is a good point. I don't think I saw a space switcher. Let's see, run cycle. Oh, can you give tips on how to keep a character in an idle pose but with more life? The big thing would be adding a breath. Just adding a simple breath cycle, some small fidgets. So as a character is sitting idly or just standing in an idle pose, having like a little head turn, some blinks, kind of eye darts here and there, and just like small repositionings of the feet, that can be super helpful. What I would recommend is just shoot reference of yourself and stand in whatever idle pose you want your character to be, and just shoot reference for like 10 or 15 minutes of you standing in that one pose. And as you look at your reference later, you'll notice that you didn't stand perfectly still. There were times when you might have started thinking about something and your head turned a little bit. You readjusted your body. You'll have those fidgets built in to your reference. So just kind of incorporate those. But really the big thing is fidgets. Making sure that the character doesn't just stay, even if they were to stay in that pose and they're breathing, it's still not going to really feel alive if they're staying in that pose for a long period of time. At some point, they're going to need to move or adjust themselves. Let's see. One question out of curiosity: are you self-taught when it comes to Maya? Yes, I am. I feel like you know more about Maya than people working at Autodesk. Oh, thank you. I am mostly self-taught. The stuff I've learned, it's all from online tutorials and just like YouTube videos, things like that, whatever I could find. Now I'm self-taught in Maya before YouTube was really a thing. So most of the stuff I found was just on random sites and forums and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just this kind of random collection of knowledge. But hopefully it's helpful. I will admit I am not the greatest when it comes to like specific, like to go in depth on topics like modeling, rigging, whatnot. I know what I know and that have worked for me, but they might not be the best and optimal way, because again, my knowledge is kind of a ragtag compilation. But it does work, or it seems to at least. So I do want to kind of progress my modeling and rigging skills though, specifically modeling. One day I hope to actually have some time to go back into sculpting and modeling, get that a little bit more in depth. It's always something I love to do. Create your channel with animations and a bunch of tutorials. I am thinking of starting a YouTube channel where it would just be like shorter versions of the stream, or like cut out helpful bits from the stream, and put them as tutorials. That way you guys don't have to watch a 3-hour stream just for one little bit of information. And I was actually cutting up one stream just as a test to see if I could do it. And I was able to take a 2.5-hour stream and turn it into, what was it? 4 15-minute tutorials on specific topics. So I think it would be possible. It's just going to be finding the time to do it. Let's bend this finger a little bit more. Bip. Just create a little bit more of a relaxed pose in that hand. So already you can see how that hand, it's a big difference there. Just having that relaxed pose versus just the fingers, and specifically the thumb, feeling like they're just poking out at random angles or just straight angles. Now this one here is going to be especially helpful. I'm not going to worry too much about getting a perfect hold on this staff. And let's see, why are you not updating? Interesting. Interesting, my constraint disappeared. No, that's it right there. There we go. Strange. It works. Ah, Maya. Okay. So how do I want to do this? It's a little low right now for her grip, but she doesn't have to hold it super strongly either. I think I might just bring it back a little bit more. That way I can get that hand connected just a little bit more cleanly. I want the top of the staff to rest in the crook of the thumb and finger. Let's see. So let's bring that a little further back. So it's right in there. Now let's get that thumb in place. The big thing with the thumb that a lot of people miss out on when they're animating them, and Kolo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. One thing with a thumb that people tend to forget or miss out when they first start is that they'll bend this joint here a lot, which is nice. We do bend that joint quite a bit, but really the thumb, the power of it comes from the joint down here that we don't really see. Oftentimes people will say that the thumb only has 2 joints because we can see the knuckle there and the knuckle there, and then the fingers have 3. You get 1, 2, 3. The thumb does have a 3rd joint. It's just way deep in the hand. So don't forget about that. If you don't pose that out, hand poses are going to look very strange. This is if I keep the rest of my thumb straight, this is the one that allows for a lot of this motion. You can see that's just that lower joint down there. So I can bring that up, maybe rotate it in just a little bit like so. And we'll go with that for now. Oh, and let's see, I don't want to bother you again with this, but box won't move at all after I constrain it to the hand. You need to constrain the hands to the box. So not the box to the hands to the box. So it's the other way around. You would select the box first, then the hand, and then create the constraint. If you do it the other way, then the hand will, if you constrain the box to the hand, the box won't be able to move and it'll be stuck to follow the hand and do nothing else. And in that case, if you do want to animate it that way, you would need a much more complex setup in order to get... it's not that much more complex, but in order to be able to animate the box while it's constrained to the hands. And I can definitely show what plugins I use. Now, I honestly don't use that many plugins. I use the Animbot plugin, which I've shown already. If I constrain the box to the hand, it prints an error, could not add constraint or connections. Constrain the box to the hand. Do you mean the hand to the box? If it comes up with that error, try deleting any keys you have on the hand first, and then create the constraint. So delete the animation on the IK hand, then constrain the IK hand to the box, and that should solve it. Now, in terms of plugins, I use Animbot, which is right here. This is a paid plugin, which is really great. Not necessary, it's not going to make or break your animations, but it's got a lot of cool features. I also use the Studio Library plugin. This is free, and it's basically a library of poses and whatnot that you can create, and just it makes things faster for your own workflow. So if you know that you're constantly making certain poses or certain facial expressions or certain mouth shapes, you can save them, or even animations. So for example, I saved out a horse walk cycle right here that I could just reuse when I use this rig, and just boop, there you go, pop in a walk cycle right into a scene. So I use that. I use the MG Picker plugin. Now this is only helpful if you have a rig that uses plugins from this. So for example, let's bring in Overlord here. So this is just a GUI picker that allows you to select all the controls on a rig very easily. If your rig doesn't have this, then there would be no point in getting it though. Other than that, I think that's all the plugins I use consistently. And to be honest, the GUI picker and this pose library, well actually of all the plugins, I would say if you're kind of working in a studio style environment and you want to speed up your workflow, Studio Library is going to be the biggest one. It's free, but it's just the ability to save out quick animations and then paste them into other shots will speed up your process, especially if you're making a short film or something like that that reuses the same character constantly. After that, Animbot is really nice just because it adds a bunch of really cool tools. And then MG Picker is nice just for picking things, but you can always do that with just shelf icons and stuff like that. I don't know what I'd do if we didn't have you. It's my pleasure. I'm glad it's working. With the pose library, you can use the same pose on different rigs if they have similar controls. So if your rig has the same base setup across multiple rigs, then yes. Oftentimes that is not the case. So I would say 99% of the time you will not be able to. And this is just because the way the tool works is it'll look for example, cn_bip001_ik_hand_l, copy all the attributes from that and save that in the pose library. And then when you click that again, it's basically going to look for any control named this and then apply those same attributes. It's copying the animation and then pasting them onto something with the same naming convention. So if your rig doesn't have this exact name for its IK left hand, it's not going to work. That would really come down to, for example, the rigging department. If you're working on a project where they want to be able to copy animation from one to another, so for example, video games are common for that. You'll do one animation and apply it to multiple characters. You might apply a death animation to like a soldier or a scientist or whatever characters are in that game. So they would all have a base naming structure that can just be copied and applied to other rigs. I hope that answers the question. See, and then this finger is gonna just close a little bit here, and this one too. That's a little too much. So something like that. So it's just this light grasp that I want on this hand, and I might adjust this later, but we've got that. And actually I'm gonna just rotate the staff so we get a little bit more of a nice 3/4 on it. Oh, take care, Roger. If you do have any other questions on the constraints setup, definitely just feel free to message me anytime. I feel like I mention this every single time a Castlevania song comes on, but every time it's so good. I love Castlevania music, even though I've never played a Castlevania game. Let's see. Let's get the head position in place now. Let's see, do I want her to face that way? I kind of want this way, just to build a contrast with the direction of her body. And then her body is going that way, so let's tilt the head. That, and maybe bring it up a little bit. Neck will bring forward. And kind of align it a little bit more with the angle of the head. And then let's move the eyes. I do love that, the fact that the lids kind of move together with it. Makes for some nice subtle lid animation that you can get very quickly. Usually I like to animate that myself, but it does create a nice effect there. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how far I want to move the head so that I can flow into the next portion of the animation. There we go. So we've got that, our starting pose. And usually starting poses are something that I like to take my time with, specifically because it tells a lot about your character. And if you kind of rush through the starting pose and don't take your time to really apply it and get a nice pose, it can make going into the rest of the animation a little harder. Not specifically in terms of animating, but in terms of keeping the character feeling like a character. Because of the setup that I have now, as I'm animating, I can always come back to frame one and kind of go, this is what I want her to feel like. This is that kind of character I want in Zelda. So it's basically my own reference point. Okay. So with that, let's actually key everything here, make sure we've got that in place. I'm actually also gonna create a new display layer and just hide a bunch of extra controls. Like all of these bend controls on the staff, I really don't need to see them right now. And there we go, that layer. Yeah, I don't need to see that. This one, oh, that's the anchor control. Yeah, so just take all of these, add them in there. And this is something I like to do when I am working on my own shots, is I will take controls that I don't need and just add them to a layer so I don't have to worry about them. So for example, these two controls here, these control the FK, IK on the leg. Actually, I might keep those. I might actually end up switching to FK. We'll see. Okay. So we've got that. At this point, I need to just start blocking some animation in, because we've been streaming for about an hour since I actually started animating, and we've got one pose in. Now, to be fair, I've been answering a bunch of other questions, but I need to speed up this process here. So I'm going to have to transition into, I have some reference here of what I want to animate, but I don't have a transition between my first pose and the actual animation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start animating the reference that I have and trying to push that and exaggerate that, and then I'll come in and animate the in-between afterwards, and create a link between them. So for now, let's just go forward with this. And I'm just going to go through and find some key poses here that I want to get in. And I'm going to be animating this kind of straight ahead a little bit, and then kind of pose to pose as well. Okay. So I'm going to take this pose here, and we'll start animating into this negative frames just so I can line things up. Okay. You'll notice that I have a key right here on -10 with the default A pose here. This is just something I like to do when I'm animating, is I'll just keep a copy of the A pose in place so that I can quickly reset things if I need to. Another option would be to use pose library and use that as a way to create your default poses. Let's see. And RBS, hello! For some reason, I saw your question earlier, but I didn't realize it was you. Hello, hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's start here on frame 0. This is going to be my first animation pose. And then we've got 4, 12. Okay. So with this pose, she's going to be basically launching herself into the air. Just doing some revision on my assessment on Wednesday. Nice. Hopefully it's going well. And I just realized that foot is floating right there, so I'm gonna have to lower the cog just a little bit. Just a little, which is actually good because it'll bring that hand a little closer, make it easier to grasp the rod. Okay, so the foot here is going to slide but also come off the ground. I love this control. And technically I could use this one. No, actually I would use this one. I love this. One thing I really love about this rig is the foot pivot points. There's just so many of them that I can really control how that foot will move in space. How can I listen to you in the background? Your voice is so soothing. Oh, nice. I'm glad it's soothing. It would be awful if my voice was just a grating mess. See, I don't really want to move that up. I want to get that bend in the toes here first. Although I can then just kind of bring that down. So something like this. And hey, some kind of wizard. That is an awesome username. Thank you so much for the subscription. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I love the username, some kind of wizard. The D&D player in me is happy with that name. Okay, so with this pose, basically I want Zelda to be launching herself screen left. Now I'm going to move this camera here in a little bit. I'm not sure where my final camera is going to be, so I'm just going to block out a quick animation and then I'll refine the camera pose later. So that's in place. Let's zero this out. So that foot's going to be in place there. Knee's going to have to come out. Right now it's kind of broken, mostly because I need to get the hips in place. So the hips are going to rotate this way. I'll just make sure I don't have any animation on that. Good. What control is this? This is the core control. Okay, I don't need to see the core control. I don't think. No. Let's just hide that. Good. So the core control on this rig basically allows you to just move the rig globally, which is really cool, but... Oh, take care, Nicholas. Have a great day. It's really cool to be able to move the rig globally, but in this case I'm not going to need that. It's just going to get in the way. And the hip's going to really... let's see, actually it should probably go this way. That pose looks so... There you go. All of a sudden there's movement. She doesn't look like she's just oddly twisting. The knee is going to have to come over. So what I'm going to try to do here is I want to push the curvature of the body and kind of get a C shape in here. So we've got this kind of reverse C shape on the body right there, and then I want to go into a C shape here. which my reference doesn't really have, but I feel like if I do that, it's going to help push the line of action and get just a better pose in general. And we'll see if it even works. So let's kind of bring that in there. Let's get the spine in place. And I'm not going to worry about animating this bag, so let's hide that control too. Basically, I want to make it so that when I'm selecting controls, I'm not having to be afraid, or I don't have to be afraid of accidentally selecting a control that's like right on top of other bits. Let's keep the shoulder back here and then rotate that body back here to get that reversal. Okay. Now the foot can come up a little higher, I think. Come forward. Kirby is another game. I've never really played any Kirby games, but I just love the music in them. They are so happy. I guess the only time I've ever kind of played a Kirby game, if you kind of count it, is Smash Bros. I know it doesn't really count, but it is made by the same creator, so let's see. Now for the arms, she's going to be anticipating up with her arms. Now the big thing that's going to help with this, to get this feeling right, is using those clavicles to push the flow of the arm here. And what I'm going to try to think about when I'm posing out the arm is how I can get a smooth kind of line of a line of action basically through both arms. Now, I didn't really want to constrain anything just yet. But let's see. Okay, yeah, I didn't think that would work. I might have to create a simple constraint on this because her hand's going to have to follow the staff here. So in order to do that, I'll need to take the IK control and constrain it to the staff, but I need an offset in there. So let's create a locator. The hand will be constrained to the locator, and then the locator will be parented to the staff. So let's get that in position here. Okay. Oh no. Let's see. I just have to delete the keys on the IK hand. But I want to see if, do I really need to do that? I wonder if I could constrain that. So I'm looking at my nodes here, and there's this group above the IK hand control. I'm wondering if I can constrain this instead. And then this way I can still animate the IK hand freely without having to worry about... Okay, there it is. Without having to worry about creating an offset or animating the locator. So now this should work. Hey! So I can still animate the IK hand here, but the locator is acting as my kind of on-off switch. And the locator is going to be constrained to this now that it's an on-off switch. Or actually, do I want to do that? Let's just parent it for now. It's gonna be easier. Okay. Your material won't work. Oh, let's see. Oh, take care, Sarah. My material won't work. Do you mean your textures won't show up on the rig? If that's the case, you can quickly reattach textures by going to display, or sorry, under Windows, General Editors, File Path Editor. And in here you'll notice all the different textures and links that get attached into your scene. So if something's not attached, you'll notice a red X beside it. So you just select that group and hit Repath Files. Search for wherever the textures are saved on your system, and then hit Repath. That'll reconnect everything for you, and then you'll be able to hit 6 to turn on the textures. So, I'm not sure if that's exactly what's going on, but hopefully that helps. Okay. So the staff here is going to have to be... Let's move the staff up. Over. Now the hand is going to be broken for now. I don't mind. Right now I'm just trying to get the staff into position. And I'll reoppose the wrist after. Basically the staff should be back here. And then up higher than the head. And actually, let's take... I'm animating the wrong control here. I'm animating the offset. Let's animate this control. Which is actually going to be right around here, a little lower on the staff. Now there's something definitely odd with Maya right now. You can see how my cursor is lagging behind the actual object. So as I move this, it kind of lags and then catches up. I'm not sure if that's something to do with this rig or if it's just something on my system is lagging. Okay, so let's get this into position here. So this has to be up higher. This is definitely where the clavicles, if ever you're posing a character out and you get these poses that are like not great, is the clavicle a lot of the time. Bring that up, suddenly that connects the arm in there. So this arm's coming back. Let's get the elbow in place. It's going to be up down here. And then this is going to be further forward. So something like that. And then the wrist. This is why you want to be able to animate your wrists and your... it's like this. That staff. Do I have it pointed in the wrong direction? Let me check here. Yeah, I think I might have it in the wrong direction. The hand comes forward from... I have my hand up for anyone who's wondering. I'm just kind of looking at my reference and trying to figure out how that wrist is moving forward. So it's in that pose there. Like so. Which would mean the end of the staff actually goes the other way. So let's take this. I'm just going to zero out the rotation so I don't get any crazy rotations. and it's this way. So the reference I have, the staff doesn't actually have any end to it. It's just a regular staff. So it's kind of hard to see exactly where which end is which. But this is why it's always important to analyze your reference. Okay. So her hand is going to be back a little bit, like so. Let's move that a little higher. I want this kind of line from one arm to the next, if I can. Hello, how's it going, Daniel? And Noelia, hello! Hope you're doing well. Okay. So I'm not going to worry too much about the hand poses just yet. Mostly because I'm going to be adjusting a lot of this stuff, so we're not going to try and get a finalized hand pose with this at the moment. I'm also going to try to push this pose quite a bit more here. Okay, so something like that for now. I think I can twist the body a little bit more too. Like that. So I want to have a contrast where the hips are twisted one way and the body is twisted the other. And then the head, let's kind of bring back and have her facing forward in the direction that she's actually going to be going. I should technically be playing Zelda music for this, but I have found that Zelda music tends to be kind of copyright struck on Twitch a little bit more often, which isn't a big deal. It's not like it cancels the stream or anything, but it does mean that the recording will have audio portions cut out, which I guess for this one wouldn't be a problem because I'm not doing a demo, but it does, if someone's watching the replay, it can be a little annoying to have audio bits cut. Okay, trying to get a nice curve here, even in the perspective view. Let's anticipate the spine here and rotate the hips forward. So we get that nice line of action even on this side. Okay, now we're definitely going to be pushing these poses. But let's just get some stuff in quick. And John and Erica. Oh yes, Sunflower. For some reason, Sunflower and Erica, I keep forgetting that's the same. I don't know why. Hope you're doing well. And John, I'm doing well. Enjoying working with this rig, actually. It's a lot of fun. Let's see, let's copy that pose over here. And keep animating. So at this point, she's jumping in the air. And the first thing to land isn't going to be this foot here, it's actually going to be the other foot. Can you show your reference? I'm just curious what you're doing. I might show it afterwards. The main thing is I want to avoid kind of the impression of... Well, actually, no. I'm going to show it here. Now, I don't have it in Maya, actually. I just have it on the side. But this is what I'm going to be animating, which is just a cool bit of motion that I found. So it's going to be this. And the reason I want to animate this, like I mentioned before, is I want to have something with a lot of motion. I also want to show how to handle a character manipulating an object in their hands. Now, the manipulating part won't happen until much later because we have to animate the whole thing first. But the main thing that I want to show with this is the fact that when we're holding onto something, we're never just holding onto it like this and then just that's it. We're constantly adjusting in our hands. We're switching hands. And when I saw that reference, I went, yep, I got to try it at least. Now, as I'm doing this, I am trying to push poses. I'm going to do another pass later on to push things. But for now, I'm just kind of, I want to see if it'll work. And what viewer is that? This is Keyframe Pro. Now, Keyframe MP is a free animation player, which is basically built for scrubbing. So you can see I can just scrub back and forth super fast. It's really nice, and it's completely free. So I definitely recommend. It's Keyframe MP. If you do want to use the paid version, which there are two versions, I would recommend the Pro version. It's just got a lot more features that are very they're worth the price, and it's not that expensive really either. It's like I think it's $75 American for the full version, the full Pro version. Okay, so this foot's going to end up being about, let's see, over here, I think. So I really want her to travel forward here. I don't want her to just stay in one spot. So we'll go with that. And basically we've got this C curve. Now I'm going to try to reverse that here. So let's get the body reset here. Boop. And then get the hips in place. So hips are going to come a little flatter. This is going to come forward. Knee is going to have to come much more forward. What viewer? Let me give you the link here. I should have a quick command for it. There you go. So there's the link. And it's very well worth it. It's my favorite animation player. Let's see. I might make an adjustment here because the hip is going to have to be higher here. So, yeah. And this is why I didn't want to make any final posing changes, because things are going to change quite a bit here. She's going to have to go higher here so that on this frame she's not quite as low. So that has to go up about there. In general, one thing I would really highly recommend is if you're doing big shots like this where it's a lot of motion, don't get what's the right word I'm looking for? Don't get attached to any poses. Keep in mind that you're going to be changing things a lot, and there are going to be big changes that you have to do. That's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. But with that in mind, just don't keep that like, oh, I posed something out. Well, I've just got to make it work. It's got to happen. No, it doesn't. If you have to remove something, that's no problem. If you have to change something completely, no problem. I might end up having to delete a whole bunch of poses. That's no big deal. It's part of the process. Let's see. Why don't you use the reference straight in Maya? Sometimes I will, especially if I'm trying to get something really physically accurate. But the reason I try to avoid doing it is I don't want to copy my reference. Reference is there just to make sure that I understand the body mechanics, that I'm applying things kind of correctly in terms of how the body should move, how the physicality of the character should be, but I don't want to copy it. I don't want to rotoscope it and just make a copy of the reference. If I'm just doing a copy of the reference, then why don't I just post the reference? At least that's my mentality. I want to take the reference as a guide and then see how far I can push it to be my own animation. And I might change things completely in certain areas. It really just depends on what I feel will work better for the shot. So right now what I'm trying to do is just push this line of action in the spine, and I'm not a fan of how it's rotating here, but it also doesn't help that the head's going in the wrong direction. I might actually end up redoing the head through here and posing it out in so that it follows the body. Because I've got so much extreme motion, it might cause a lot of problems if I don't do it that way. Okay. So the main thing I'm noticing is that the hips kind of need to push forward a lot more. So the body is a lot more forward here. A little bit more like that. Keep the chest twisted that way. Always look at your poses from multiple angles. So I want to make sure that as I'm posing this out, her spine isn't breaking, that I'm keeping a nice line of action through the whole thing. Like so. Now, let's get the staff forward here. Now it's going to actually be quite a bit forward now, this time. Clavicle in there. Once again, if you ever feel like the arm isn't working correctly, check the clavicle and then check the elbow. And Jay Qatar, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. For a beginner, would you say copying a reference is good? For a beginner, copying reference is a good way of learning. It's the same with drawing. If you're first learning how to draw, it's not bad to copy reference, to trace over reference, or to even copy other artwork. With that said, that is for your own personal learning. You would never post that publicly. And even if you're in classes, you would never post that to your teacher or your mentor. That is for your own personal learning. So if you imagine going to art school and they're teaching you how to draw, if you bring in a traced copy of a picture, no one's going to accept that. It's the same with animation. If you rotoscope your reference and just copy it one-to-one exactly how it is, you learned some stuff, but you're also missing a lot of what it is to animate, which is to exaggerate. Exaggeration is one of the main principles of animation, and we need to apply it at every point of our shot. There's never going to be a shot or a piece of reference that is so perfect that you're just going to copy it one-to-one. We want to make it better than real life. So, it seems that you're copying the timing from the reference. I'm copying the timing for now, and I'm going to change it completely afterwards. The main reason copying the timing is so that when I hit play, there's two different styles of blocking in general when you're first doing your first pass of blocking. Some people like to just take every frame and, for example, I'll do a pose here, and then I'll do another whole pose on frame 5, then on 6, 7. So I'll just do a key every frame with all my main poses. And then afterwards, I'll split them out and do the timing from there. I've done that, and it's not a bad way. I actually like it in a lot of different ways. But the way I kind of prefer is I'll just take the timing either from my reference or from notes that I wrote down, and then use that as a base and then retime from there. The big thing is that you don't keep this timing. Or that you don't just go, and I'm done. Boop, timing's done. I will do a timing pass on this. That is, like, there's no question about it that it needs to happen. It's just the way you approach that timing pass. The reason I like to do this is because I can kind of hit play right away as soon as I'm done with this and kind of get a general feeling of the shot, versus if I hit play and they're all one frame after the other, they're just going to zip through and you're not going to get a general feeling. And I want to see if the motion works between poses. So it's just a personal preference, really. Neither way is better or worse, because both ways will need to be adjusted afterwards. They are not final. And Shinobi, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Make sure I don't miss anything. Learning and chilling. Nice. Yeah, this is an awesome rig. This is a free rig made by Christoph, and I can't pronounce his last name. But I highly recommend anyone who's interested in animation and you want to animate an awesome Zelda rig, check it out. If you type in !rig in the chat, it'll give you a link to the rig and where to download it. And if you notice I keep looking off to the side when I'm scrubbing through, I've got multiple monitors, and basically I took this shot camera right here and I've got it really big on my other monitor, so I can see a little bit more of the details in the shot and how it's working. I would put it on the other monitor here, but I want you guys to be able to see everything that I'm doing, not just the work model or not just the final model. Okay, so she jumps up here, arm comes forward. There's a bit of a pop here. I'll definitely need an in-between right there. Let's actually, get that out of the way. So she comes in, Okay, yeah, this pose definitely needs a lot of pushing. Like the neck feels meh. I'm not a fan of the line of action of the body, but we've got it in place. So let's work from here. And our next pose. Okay, I have a few choices here. Let's go all this way and then I'll break it down after. Does the next key, last key, go through each keyed frame like YouTube? Yeah, so if you use the period and comma, it'll go through all the frames. If you hold Alt and do that, you're going to go through all the in-betweens as well. So I'm animating in spline mode so we get all these in-betweens too. At this point, I don't care about them. I'm just going through my main poses and looking at that to get a feel of the motion. And I definitely need an in-between there because it's not reading very well. But that's fine. I'd rather get a kind of approximation of a big chunk of the motion versus trying to refine and add a lot of in-betweens in one section only to find out that, oops, it doesn't work and I need to rebuild it. So at this point, I'm trying to work broad, very broad, in order to avoid working myself into a corner that forces me to, what's the word I'm looking for? Forces me to just deal with mistakes or have to redo a bunch of work. I never want to do that. If I have to end up redoing a bunch of work, that means I've kind of failed in my blocking. Now, that's not to say that if something changes, like I'm not married or I'm not locked to any of the stuff here. I can change this at a whim. But if I'm doing so much work, adding so many keys that when I do change something, I have to change 10 other things along with it, that's when I haven't blocked properly. If I need to change something, I should only have to change one thing or two things. Or if I have to change a section, I'm just changing that one section and not everything else that connects to it, if that makes sense. So you want to be flexible in the idea that things will change, but you don't want to make it so that you're just constantly working all the time to change things. And that, not married, you say? Yeah. As an animator, you don't want to be married to your work. You need to be able to just leave it at any time or get rid of it, which is a hard thing to say, actually. It's sad when you have to get rid of work. Now, this is going to be an extreme pose here, so I'm going to really have to push the hips. The hips are going to be crucial in this moment. Now, if this rig had an FK-IK snap, I would definitely be using that in this moment to snap the leg to FK here and then animate the leg in FK. A little too far forward here. I'm gonna have to move my camera, most definitely. That poor pose, it looks so bad. This is the joy of posing a rig. Everything's gonna look awful until it doesn't. Okay, something's still rotated here. Is it this one? Yep. There we go. Let's see. Artstoff. Yeah, Artstoff does have an awesome Twitch channel. If any of you are interested in rigging or just want to say thank you to the rigger who created this, definitely check out his channel. It is really awesome stuff that he does on there. And he actually streamed the whole process of making this rig, which was really cool to see. Okay, the leg's going to be coming back and really high up. Now, the main thing with this pose here is that it's not like a ballerina pose where we've got the one hip, or like the character is staying. She's actually flipping, which means she's going to be curling up into a ball, basically. So the hips and the spine, everything's going to be coming down. And this is going to twist this character and really mangle it up. And if you're noticing that your characters, you're having a lot of trouble with posing like this, for example, the head, it's always fighting you, just change the space of the head. So now, if I reset this, and I start moving the character and moving the spine, and let's see, A to the J, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. But now, if I move this spine, you'll see that the head stays in position, so I'm not going to constantly have to fight that. It's really just a preference. Either way will get you there in the end, but some ways are going to make it a little easier in certain situations. Let's kind of keep the face towards camera a little bit. And I'm going to refine the staff at the end, but I will try to put in its basic poses as I go. So with this, it comes forward and the base of the staff rotates forward and then through. Okay. So it comes forward and then the base rotates this way. So it goes like that. Prince of Persia. I knew this song sounded familiar. I haven't played that game in so many years. It was such a good game. That first Prince of Persia game. Oh. I think that was one of the first games that my brother and I played where it felt like, wow, games can have a real story. And we had family members that would watch us play it just because they liked the story so much. Such a good game. Okay, now as she's flipping here, let's not forget the clavicle. And you'll notice I often reset controls. This is something I like to do just because it allows me to control, and let's see, I'm not a fan of how I'm gonna have to rotate all of this, so let's set this to that space as well. By resetting controls, it allows me to make sure that I'm never getting a control that is rotated, and as soon as, or let's say I accidentally rotated on one frame and I might have rotated too far in the wrong direction. Well, if I keep using that rotation and just rotating from there, everything I do after that is going to be wrong. And we'll have to have a major fix afterwards. So by resetting that rotation every so often, not all the time, but when I'm going to do a big move, it allows me to make sure that my rotations consistently stay at a proper level. And if something did go wrong on one frame, it hasn't impacted everything else. So that's just a personal preference of mine. Now this arm is going to be swinging up and through this way. Now this is where I'm going to try and deviate from the reference. In the reference you can't see the arm here, but I'm going to try to show a little bit of it in silhouette. So this is what it would be kind of like in the reference. I'm going to keep it showing here and maybe drag the wrist. Now I'm going to have to be careful where I position it, but something even just like that can be helpful. Get the other clavicle, boop. And this is why I'm not a fan of this. This rotation here, I'm not a fan of. Because it means every time I'm going to animate the clavicle, I'm going to have to counter that. But I might just have to live with it. For now, we'll see. Okay. So making sure I get a nice line of action in the pose here. That leg here is too straight up and down. It needs to have a forward lean to it, like so. She is moving forward. This leg would definitely be easier to pose in FK. And actually, let me actually see how far am I going to have to go with this. You know what? I might just put in FK, just because when you're dealing with motions like this, it's nice to try and work everything in IK and keep it in IK. But there comes a point where FK is just way easier. So I can just get, I know I need a 45-degree bend right here. I know I need the foot to be pointed out like that. Done. Now I can just take this control and pose out that leg exactly where I need it, instead of trying to fight an IK control and all of that. Is it good to copy reference images to learn posing of a character? Yes, it is. So same thing as anything else, copying is not a bad thing in the sense of it is a great learning tool. I've copied a lot of poses and animations, and I've referenced very heavily a lot of different things. That's not a bad thing. It's only bad when you then post it and you claim it as your own. And even if you put like, oh, this is highly referenced from or like traced from, it's still not good. And especially if you're posting it as an assignment or a final project for something, that is definitely not good. You want to avoid that. So oftentimes what I'll do when I'm working is when I'm just kind of studying on my own, is I will just have some, like my inspiration folder, a folder on my computer that has animations that I love, that has art that I love, that has whatever thing that I want to learn. And then I'll just either trace over it, or for example, with animation, master studies is when you copy animation. And actually, I did a demo on master studies a while back. And master studies, once again, you wouldn't post it online as like, hey, look what I did, because it is technically still a copy. But as a learning tool, it is fantastic. So let me see if I can find this super quick here. I've got too many demos at this point. Demos. Master study. Let's see. Facial animation, miscellaneous maybe? Oh, am I not going to be able to find it? Let's see. I need to go through and organize all my Twitch stuff. It's gotten to the point where I've just got too much. Let's see. Are you in here? No. Sorry, I'm just looking for that file. Just because it's basically the perfect example, and it would be a great thing to show if I could find it. Yeah, Sketch Daily is really good. There's quick poses, and then I forget the other one. I can post some links to some good drawing references. I think I animated in Krita. I wonder if I still have it in my recent files in Krita. Fighting. Mausoleum, no. Okay, let's see. Recent. Would it be this? Okay, yeah. So this was a master study I was doing of Gravity Falls. So analyzing the intro to Gravity Falls and how it was drawn and the animation style of that beginning. So you can see here, these are my drawings. These are just copies of the intro. Now, I didn't trace this. This was just drawn and comparing side by side the two pieces. And I didn't do the whole thing because this was just a quick demo. Oh, I did have more. So you can see just really analyzing all of the different pieces, even the way the eyes work, all of that. So this is copying, but copying with a purpose. And that purpose was to learn and understand, for example, how is the shape of the body being reversed compared to there. Trying to understand how the squash and stretch on the head works, how the mouth poses are created, or the hand poses. So really, it's a way of trying to break down and understand things. That's the core of it. And awesome, yes. If you're an animation mentor, definitely check that out. That was a video that Cameron recorded just on how to do master studies. So in terms of posing, or if you want to do gesture drawing or learning how to draw, here's a couple of websites I recommend. So the first is Line of Action, and then the other one is Quick Poses. Both of those are really good. And it's nice just to switch from site to site because each one has like a pose library in there, and it doesn't take long before you kind of get through all the poses, or like you start seeing similar ones. So it's good to switch from one to the next and then kind of come back afterwards. Okay, so we've got this. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about the exact features on this pose here because I need to make sure that in space here, she's going to actually be traveling correctly. And right now I kind of feel like I'm going to be slipping a little bit. And Amway Artist, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So we're starting to get there. Okay. So there's definitely a breakdown here I want to do on frame 17, but I'm not going to worry about breakdowns right now. So let's set a key here. And at this point, she's actually let go of the staff. So the way I can do this is that whenever she lets go of the staff, I could just switch her hand to FK. That way I never have to turn constraints on and off. So if I just switch her hand to FK here, there we go. Done. Now the staff itself at this point, let's see which angle it's going to be in. This down, pointed up, pointed left, pointed down, pointed back. Okay, so I'm just looking at my reference and I'm trying to get the rotations correct on the staff so I know how many rotations I need. Now I'm actually going to try and stylize the staff so that as it's spinning, it's not just straight spinning the way it is kind of looking right now. I want to make it a little bit more interesting. But I still want to make sure I get the base rotations in there and make sure that it's not just going to flip in the wrong direction or move in just weird ways. Is this gaming animation? No, it isn't. This is just an animation test more than anything. Now this foot is going to have to go back into IK. Let's reset the rotations and set it down onto the ground here. And it's going to be rotated back this way. The joy of creating a new pose when everything is just twisted and bent to beyond recognition. Okay, let's reset the spine. You'll notice I reset the spine quite often. This is mostly so that I have a continued what's the right word I want to use here? It's so I don't accidentally over-rotate or counter-rotate the spine to things. Yeah, what a pose. It is fantastic. It is broken beyond recognition. So this is going to come this way. And what I need is that the hips, they are coming forward. They need to rotate. Let's see, I can't really reset the rotations here of the hips because they need to match with what's happening next. Okay, now this foot can go into FK. And this is going to be a tough one because that leg is actually bent quite a bit here. And this is where the reference comes in handy, because if I didn't have my reference, I would assume that the foot couldn't really bend this way, but it definitely does. The leg is almost twisting backwards here. This would definitely break my leg if I tried to do something like this. Okay. So let's try to bring this forward. Basically, she's doing the splits in the air, which is just crazy. Yeah, if I was doing this, my leg would be popped out of its socket. I would have landed on that ground and I wouldn't have gotten up. Okay, so this leg is pointing back. It's such an odd pose. Okay, hip is... Okay, I'm gonna really have to fight this here to avoid the rig collapsing on itself. And try to make it so that the spine... See how far can I push this? Okay, that far. Okay, that's also something that's going to help rotating the spine this way, or the hips this way. This is going to help keep those hips from twisting too much. So really what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get as close to the reference as possible, not copying again. You never want to copy, but trying to get close to what I see in the reference without breaking the rig to the point where it's just not usable. And Codemuz, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, let's see. This leg is actually kind of straight up here. So I want to get this kind of line through the body. Now, ideally, the hips would have a twist this... Oops, let's use the other control. This way to them. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that. Maybe if I use this control. Okay, we'll see. Right now, it's just going to be an exercise in trying to get this pose to work. And this leg... Bring it up. Yeah, that's what I figured. So when this leg comes up, it implodes the geometry. Like that leg is totally... It looks like it's out of place because the hips are twisting and bending too much. So I might just have to go with this for now. Oh, and I need to make sure I key the FK leg here. Same thing here. Key that FK leg or else I'm gonna regret it later. Okay. Let's get the spine position. That might help. But this is something that when you're posing for your shot, you're posing your character and all of this stuff, there will be times when you're going to be fighting a broken rig. And what I mean by this is not that the rig itself is broken, but the pose is just so beyond what the rigger thought you might do that it's not really behaving itself correctly. And that's not a bad thing. We just have to work around it and try to adapt to what the rig gives us. Which is, again, why we don't want to copy reference. Because if we copied reference and we went, well, this is how it has to be. The character is doing this. I've got to do it even though it breaks the rig. And the rig isn't physically capable of doing that. Well, now we're just kind of locking ourselves into a very painful cycle of animation. We want to be able to adapt to the situation. And really, as we're animating, we are trying to analyze what's going on and grab the core of the mechanics, not just copy it. I'm level 19 and beat at level 148 on 8-ball pool. 8-ball pool? Is that like pool as in billiards? It's a good song. Oz. Okay, this arm needs to come back up here. Let's see. And technically the spine needs to be much further down here. I wonder if I could cheat it. So she needs to feel like she is kind of dragging upwards slightly, like this. But because the hips aren't allowing me to rotate enough, I'm not quite getting that here. Let's see, spatially. Yeah, there's definitely something spatially wrong here. I'm gonna have to move that whole pose. Which isn't a hard thing to do, especially with the leg and arms and FK. It's definitely going to be a lot easier. Now this is the thing I hate about animating arms when they are in align mode like this, is that every little move you have to redo the arms and legs. When they're like that, it's not fun. I should just have to move all of this. And really what I'm doing is I want to look at where she's going. And you can see how it suddenly just kind of poof in the wrong area there. Let's kind of move that back here. So her head basically needs to stay in a similar location here. That's a little more this way, this way. Maybe a little bit back. So that way it's going to help push the legibility of the pose here. And Mumrock, hello! What's the in-between look like? It's a really cool in-between. It's basically she's doing the splits in midair, which I'm actually really excited to get in there. Once I get the... Let's actually get these eye controls to follow as well. That way I'm not having to worry about repositioning them constantly. Okay. So we've got this. So we're getting there. It's definitely twisted. But hopefully when it's actually in motion, it's going to read. And once we break things down a little bit. I see you found the Zelda rig. Yes, I think everyone's animating with this rig at the moment, which is well worth it because it is a fantastic rig. Let's see. Now make sure that the arm drags back here. So whenever you're animating, always make sure you're looking at your shot from all angles. Okay, nice straight line. That's basically what I want. Let's drag it back just a little bit more. Okay, so something like that. Okay. We're getting there. Okay. Now the next pose is going to be an extreme one as well. Not quite as extreme as this. I don't think anything's going to beat that, but let's get in there. Oh, this control. So the hips are coming down, yay, into a normal position. The foot flattens down. And this is where one of my favorite things to animate is the foot rotates on itself as she presses down. And it's going to rotate technically from the center, but I'm not really seeing a point to rotate that from, so maybe I might just do it manually. So the foot's going to adjust as it comes down. Now let's actually get those hips down and over. My camera's gonna have to be zoomed out a little bit. Extreme, yes. I'm a 90s kid. Everything was extreme, but with the X-treme. We didn't use an E. We couldn't spell. Okay, so something like that. Let's exaggerate it. This is the other thing with not copying your reference. If I was copying this reference, this foot has a little slide to it when it contacts the ground. And it's just like a slight rotation in the ankle right there as it comes down. Well, I want to push that to a much bigger degree. Let's actually see if I can push that here. And that way the knee kind of rotates in the correct direction. She has some extreme dance moves here. This foot's going to be an IK. And let's fix that knee. Whoop. The fun part with this shot is going to be when it goes into splining. That's going to be interesting. Because then we're going to see where everything kind of twists and goes in weird directions. And the graph editor is going to be very helpful with that segment. Okay. So she's coming forward. That foot is actually much more forward this way. And yeah, something like that. So something like so. It doesn't have a work in progress section, so that's where it goes for now. Oh wait, is the feedback channel if you want to see what's there? Let's see. Oh yeah, the headbutt. Yeah, that goes under feedback, or even just the regular showcase your stuff. It's fine. I should probably make a work in progress. If people want that and kind of want to post more of their work in progress, I can definitely do that. I personally love seeing work in progress shots and pieces. It's just so cool to see. And that headbutt is looking really good. There's a lot of force in it, especially the whip in the hair. It feels so nice. I was hoping to leave you some feedback on it. Nothing major. I think it's pretty much good. But if you want some notes, I think there was... What was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was just the change of direction. There was something that I kind of noticed, but I could be wrong. It's hard to tell when it's a GIF form. But I'm really excited for that whole project you're working on. Okay, so we've got that. Now the head here and the spine is definitely going to need some work. Basically the spine in this segment is just dragging this way and then back and rotating up that way. Really trying to push that line of action in the body here. The arm comes down. Drags up. So you'll notice I kind of talk to myself as I'm doing this. I'm actually not doing that as a kind of like just to explain to everyone here kind of thing. This is actually what I do when I'm animating. I don't say it out loud because oftentimes you're working around other people and it would get very annoying if everyone was just saying exactly what they're doing out loud. But I do like to kind of make note of what's going on and kind of tell myself what's going on, because it allows me to basically make mental notes and make sure that I'm understanding what I'm doing. I don't want to just move things randomly and just kind of go, oh, well, yeah, it's moving. Why? Because it's moving. I'll just match it and it's close enough. I try to explain to myself, why am I even doing this move in the first place? And if I don't have a good reason for making that move, then I will tweak it or try to understand why it should be happening. And if I still can't find a reason, well, it means I need to understand what's going on a little bit more. And maybe I might be doing something wrong. Does this have an auto shoulder? Yeah, it has the clavicle controls. It also has follow a line on those, but I turned those off because of all the flipping I'm doing here. Ooh, Tales of Symphonia. Yes, it is. Cameron and I played so much Tales of Symphonia growing up. I think it was one of the RPGs that we put the most hours in. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's definitely swinging back way too far here. Now, she is swinging back, but this is kind of breaking a little too much. So let's take those hips and kind of move them forward, like so. And let's just take that head, move it forward slightly. We're getting there. Again, keep in mind this is like an early first pass. We're going to be really refining this, changing timing. Some of these poses might get changed completely. Ooh, forward episode 1. Ooh, nice. Awesome. I'm going to watch that right after this. Whoa, 18 minutes. That's awesome. Okay. So I think we've got that. I'm not a fan of the silhouette of the knee here, but I kind of want to see where I need to go with this first. I know the arm needs to come in. I can't drag it back too much. I could try to bring that leg up so it's more like this. But then I lose a lot of the impact of the landing. Let's see if I can improve that silhouette. Yeah, that kind of works. Let's just bring this foot back. Now, actually looking at it from the top view, the main thing I'm trying to do is make sure that the pose doesn't look broken. Clavicle should probably be forward. Okay. So we've got that. The staff at this point in the reference is not even on screen anymore, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just let the in-betweens kind of deal with it for that segment. Okay, so we've got that. And then our next key is about here. And what happens is this foot flattens out. The hips straighten out. We're finally getting into some nice normal posing. This foot's going to slide forward. I love adding these little slides and readjustments of feet. They're one of my favorite things to put in my animation. Now the other foot is going to come up onto its toes. A little bit on this side here as well. And come outwards. Or go outwards, I should say. Okay, let's get the spine reset too. Get the head reset. neck reset. Okay. So, on this pose, she is standing up straight. Her hips are, or her back is going to be bent backwards, so that means her hips are going to come forward like they are now. She's going to favor her screen left leg, I believe, because the momentum's still going to want to go over in that direction. Let's see if I can maybe push this. So one thing I'm trying to do here as well is, in my reference, the person travels in basically a straight line. And I want to see if I can offset that so that as Zelda's going through this scene, she actually starts to travel off of the straight line. And we'll get a little bit more of a dynamic positioning in the character. So, for example, that foot, instead of just going straight out sideways, I want it to go a little bit further back off of that line. And this is one thing that I find helpful. If ever you are worried that your character is following a line and it's starting to kind of look a little linear and 2D, I guess you could say, it's almost like they're in a Super Mario game, just create a locator, or you could create a polygon cylinder or anything like that, and you can see I can just position it right there along the path that she's traveling, and then I want to break off of that line. So here, instead of having that foot come back and land on this line here, it should go back a little bit. Are you going to do all the fancy stuff behind the back? Yep, I'm going to be animating everything. Now, we might not see it, but in this case, I want to be able to animate this. I'm going to animate it to a specific camera, but I also want to animate this so that we can tumble around it if we have to. Let's see. And hello from Canada, Mamathusmota. Hey, thank you. Hello. And the Zombie Zero, hello. Have you ever felt really unmotivated? How do you get out of it? I've felt that many times, more times than I can count. I've had times when I was so unmotivated and I had to work on animation and projects for school. This is when I was still a student, that I was literally under my desk, like in the fetal position, just wanting it all to stop. I didn't want to animate anymore. I was ready to quit. I was done. I've had really low times, and I'm favoring this hip too much here, as an animator. And this is something everyone goes through. As much as it's not good, and it's a pain that we have to go through it, it's common. And you're not alone in that. Or let me put it this way. When you feel unmotivated, oftentimes it can feel like, how to phrase it? You see all these people, and this was my mindset at the time. I would see all these people who are so good at animation, and it seems like they animate and it's just so easy for them. They just do it, and they come up with these ideas, and they're just so amazing at their animations. And then here I am, I'm not that good. As a student, I'm not that good. And then on top of that, I don't even feel like animating today. And it's like, man, I must be like some sort of failure or a cheat, or like it just goes down a whole list of things. So for me, there's two things to kind of to focus on here. One is that motivation and dedication are two very different things. As animators and as artists, we have to realize that we not only have to work on being motivated. Motivation, or no, let me put it this way. Motivation is an amazing tool. Motivation is what makes us want to just like get in. Oh man, I've got this amazing idea. Let's just get in there and animate it. It's going to be awesome. And you just start animating for 10 hours at a time. And when that happens, that is amazing. But honestly, it is rare. When you're animating in a studio environment or something like that, motivation isn't always there. And I would say most of the time isn't there. And I might be on the wrong frame here. I am on the wrong frame. Instead, what we want to kind of foster and to grow is dedication, which is the ability to work even when we don't feel like it. Now, I'm going to go over ways to get motivated in just a second, but I do want to cover this, and it's an important point that I kind of struggled with when I was first learning, is that I would always wait for inspiration, for motivation, to have that moment when it's like, yeah, now I know exactly what I want to do. Now I'm going to animate and it's going to be amazing. And to be honest, those are rare and fleeting. And they're nice when they happen, but we can't rely on them. Instead, what we need to do is work on our dedication, which is basically that even if we don't feel like it, we're going to get something done. Now, it doesn't mean that we have to animate all day and try to force ourselves to animate, because we don't want to end up hating what we do. But if you're working at a studio, for example, you kind of have to force yourself to animate. Oh, no worries about bringing... I'm glad you bring it up, because this is something that everyone goes through, but not many people talk about. And a lot of it comes from kind of this... I don't want to say taboo, but like this feeling that as artists, and this applies to any artists, whether you're a traditional artist, 2D artist, whatever, as artists, we must always be creating. We must always be in that creative mindset and just be amazingly like just in the now. If someone asks us to doodle something, poof, there you go. Haha, we doodle something amazing. And we always have to, like, you see some people, they have a sketchbook in hand all the time. And there's this kind of, I don't want to say cliche, but this idea that that's kind of what we have to be, which is not true at all. Most artists have a lot of downtime. And what I mean by downtime is time that they don't feel creative, that they don't feel like they're succeeding, and that what they're doing is a struggle. I have that all the time. Even now, I would say 90% of the time, I am more often not sure of what to do than I am sure of like how to do it. Especially when I'm working on something new. Now, is that a bad thing? No. It's just the way our minds work. So, hey, Sunflower, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh, thank you so much. That really means a lot. So it's important that we address that and that we acknowledge that feeling and let other people know about that, because, for example, for me, I never want to see another animator do what I did, which was like in the fetal position under my desk, just hoping that it would just like, that I'd be able to get out from under my desk and I'm not an animator anymore, because I felt so bad about my work. I hated it so much. If that was the case, I wouldn't be here now today doing this, and I'm really enjoying this animation and enjoying what I'm doing. If I had quit back then, I would have lost out on doing a lot of really cool things. Burnout is real. I suffered from amazingly terrible burnout when I was in school, and this was just because of what was happening in life at the time for me, and a whole bunch of other factors. But it's important not to feel like you are a failure because of it. It just means that you are an animator. And in order to deal with it, there's a few different things you can do to get out of that lack of motivation, or at least to ride the wave until it passes. One, take breaks. Don't be afraid to take breaks. Breaks are not bad. As long as they are not like, I'm taking a break and then 5 minutes, I come back to my computer, work for a minute, and then take another break. That's kind of not great, but take a lot of breaks. What I would recommend is checking out the Pomodoro technique, which is basically you work for 20 minutes and then you take a 5-minute break. Work for 20 minutes, take a 5-minute break. And this way, instead of having to try and sit down and animate for a long period of time, I love this music, Pomodoro, you're only working at 20-minute sections. By working at just a small amount of time, it helps things go by faster, and it just kind of keeps you a little bit more motivated to keep going, instead of like, oh, I've started animating and I've still got another 3 hours of this. Ugh, I could be doing something else, or I just don't feel like it. Instead, it's much more, you get that feeling of, I've only got 10 more minutes. I can do 10 more minutes. And then from there, you do another 10 minutes. So it kind of helps avoid that burnout of just, I can't sit here for this long. It's killing me inside. Let's see. I'm trying to get a line of action in here. The pose on my reference doesn't have much of a line of action. I want to push that. So using a workflow like that can be very helpful. What else? Taking breaks, using a workflow that encourages breaks. 5-hour breaks, you got it. Exactly. Usually it'll be like 5 minutes here and there, or you could do 10 minutes. If you feel like 5 minutes isn't enough, take 10 minutes and just kind of take that time to do something you love. Now, another way to kind of regain that motivation is do something you love. In your breaks, in your downtime, find something you like to do. Is it watch cartoons? Then watch cartoons. If it's reading a book, read a book, and do it without shame and without guilt. That's hard to do. I will say that right away, because again, we have that animation, that artist mentality of, if I'm taking a break, I'm failing, which is not the case. If you're taking a break, and this is not working right there, if you're taking a break, it's for a reason. It's because you need it, and let yourself need that break. If you need to take some time to relax and just de-stress, take that time. You deserve it. And don't feel guilty about having to take that break. Again, easier said than done. So when you take a break, just sit down and do something and immerse yourself in it. Read that book. Just get into it. Watch that cartoon. Marathon a cartoon. For me, what really helped when I was a student is I would watch Steven Universe, Wreck-It Ralph, and what was the other one? Oddly enough, My Little Pony, which the big thing was they were happy shows. They were shows about people just doing something and just enjoying things happily. And that for me at that time was really helpful because I felt so bad about myself in general. So Find that thing that just makes you happy. And it's not going to be fixed overnight. It definitely will not. It's going to be something that takes time. For me, I waited way too long before I started addressing burnout. So for me, it actually took 2 years before I was over the burnout completely. Or I wouldn't even say completely. I would still say I suffer from a lot of the elements of that burnout. But it's definitely something you want to watch out for. I've got an extra key here. Let's see. The other thing, and let me actually read this. I relate to what you're saying. The first 8 months of animation were really tough to me, and I wanted to quit every single time I opened my... Yeah, I hated everything I was doing, and everything was really hard. So why bother? And the feedbacks on my assignments wasn't easier as well. I didn't quit, and now I'm starting to really enjoy the process. Yeah, exactly. I was passing 3 to 5 days without animating anything and doing everything at the last minute. But then decided to do it just 15 minutes per day, and every week I increased the time, getting now to 2 hours. I still want to do 6 hours of animation per day, but I still can't do even 2. There's no way we can do 6 hours straight 6 days per week. Yeah, that was actually one of the things that helped me a lot, even though I wasn't able to apply it most of the time, is instead of waiting, and this kind of ties into what Mamarok is saying next, is the biggest problem is just starting. Once I start, I'm good, but getting to that point is my biggest problem. So that is, and actually a little Danny, define a time you'll start, and if you find yourself procrastinating, continue until 5 and just start doing it. So those all kind of tie in. A lot of people have problems starting a project. I have that as well. Unless I have a deadline looming, I tend to put things off. And it's one of the many reasons I started streaming is I wanted to work on my own things, and I also wanted to help people. But I could never kind of push myself to do it. So I started streaming, and it forced me to just do it because, hey, I've got a stream at this time today, and thank you so much for the follow, Brandon. I have to stream at a certain time every week, and I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna make a demo for someone, or I'm going to help someone. I'm gonna do some sort of demonstration for people. And that got me to get going. Now, without having to like broadcast live or have a deadline like that, making sure that you just do 15 minutes. Like, just tell yourself, I'm not going to do a whole bunch today. I'm not going to sit down and animate for 5 hours at a time. I'm just going to sit down and fix one thing. Just one thing today. And you do that. And then on the weekend, or if you're working on an assignment later, then you kind of increase that time for near the deadline, but just for a little bit, just one thing a day. And eventually that one thing becomes 2 things or 3 things. And suddenly you might not be spending 10 hours or like 6 hours or even 2 hours at the computer a day animating. But if you've just done 30 minutes, well, if you do 30 minutes a day, that's something. In a week, let's say you take one day off. It's always good to take one full day off. In 1 week, you've done 3 hours of animation. 3 hours isn't much, but it's something compared to nothing. And you're going to progress. And then when the motivation starts to come back, you'll get faster. But you just do one thing, or 15 minutes, or even just 30 minutes. And then the rest of the day, you focus on doing things that make you happy, that inspire you. Find the comics that you love to read. For me, it's Asterix and Obelix, or Les Schtroumpfs, or things like that. Or actually, I just finished reading, it's over there, Nimona, which was a recommendation from Noelia, and it was so good. So read comics, watch cartoons, read a book, go outside, enjoy life. This is one of the big things that as animators we kind of have to try and embrace a lot is we cannot animate life if we don't live a life ourselves. If all we're doing is working and never actually enjoying or doing things for ourselves, how can we expect to get our characters to feel like they are alive as well? If we want our characters to feel like they breathe and live, we have to know what that feels like ourselves. So in one way, when you're trying to take a break and just have some downtime just for you, think about it in that sense, that it is not just taking a break for no reason. You are increasing your skills in a sense. Now, once again, when you're working professionally, it doesn't mean that you get to just take a break and not work for 10 hours. But we shouldn't feel bad when we do take our breaks. It is good. I just finished it last night, actually. It was so good. Thank you so much for that recommendation. Now I can't wait to see the film. Okay, so she's still going screen left. So yeah, there's a lot of different things. The big thing, and it's the hardest one, is to not feel bad about needing a break or about needing your own time for things. It is not a sign of weakness. It is not a sign of failure. It is a sign that you are human. You are an artist. And to just take that break that you need. Do you prefer lots of control curves or attributes for smaller controls like the feet? I prefer control curves personally. So for example, if I can just rotate the foot with this control curve versus using an attribute, I would prefer that personally. It does depend on the object. So for example, moving pupil sizes and stuff like that, having a control for each one, that kind of gets tedious. But for big motions like the feet coming up and off the ground, I personally prefer a control if I can have it. It's not always the case, but it does kind of... I like the tactile feeling it gives. Okay, so she needs to start coming back here. Let's see. Yeah. So one thing I'm doing when I'm looking at my reference is I don't just go ahead, find the point in my reference that I'm looking at or that I need to kind of create and then just stop there. I look ahead as well to see what the character is going to be doing next. If I can understand what the character is going to be doing next, it makes it a little easier to plan out my motions. And Art Stuff, thank you so much for the follow. And also, I think I forgot CD Animator. Thank you as well. I'm the opposite. I like a nice clean rig with attribute controls. Yeah, it all depends. Everyone's a little different. I know some people, they just turn off all the controls and only use the GUI pickers when they're animating. For me, I can't really do that. I've tried, but I just always feel like I'm missing something. I like that kind of tactile feeling of selecting the controls and actually moving them myself. Okay, so this is going to be more of a moving hold than anything. Let's exaggerate this motion. So in the reference is a small motion, but I do want to push that a little bit more. Okay. So one thing I'm not liking is how that foot kind of resets itself right there. So let's bring this back a little bit more. That's better. And this way it doesn't match the motion of the hips either. Hey, oh, awesome! I'm glad. I think that's the first time the channel's been in someone's recommendations that I know of. That's so cool. And thank you so much for dropping in. Animation on Zelda Live. Yeah, this rig's a lot of fun to use. I'm really enjoying it. It's super flexible. Like I'm pushing it a lot here, and this pose here especially, I actually broke the hips. But it's been a lot of fun to work with. Okay, let's see. So the head's gonna have to come down here. The eyes, I'm going to do a pass afterwards because I need to have them focus on the staff and whatnot, but I'm not going to worry about that just now. So try to keep this line of action in the pose here. What I want to avoid is the body straightening out. So I can show an example of this. If the body was to straighten out here, suddenly I'd lose the line of action. The body is straight and then both legs just kind of go out from there. It's not interesting. If I keep this bent here, even if it's a little bit, it keeps the line of action flowing into that back leg there, which creates a much more visually appealing line. And Mamruk, thank you so much for the host as well. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you found it through recommendations as well? Awesome. I didn't even know my channel ever got recommended. Nice. That's interesting. I don't know if I should be worried, just like, do I have to make myself a little bit more presentable? It's being shown on Twitch. Oh my. I have to comb my hair, get a suit. And I'd be all scraggly and just animating. Gotta be professional. Stand up straight. Sit up straight. I mean, it's an algorithm that Twitch customizes to you. Oh, art stuff. Thanks so much for the host as well. Oh man, that's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. So here she's about to catch the staff that's coming back down. So let's kind of open that up here. And this is where I'm definitely going to be pushing my poses. I am not a fan of these poses here. Even in the reference, it's cool reference, but pose-wise, this moment does not read super well. For example, she's kind of catching the staff in front of her face. I would not do that. I would probably raise the hand there or bring it out further, screen left. For now, I'm kind of copying the reference, not copying. I am matching it a little bit more closely than I would normally, simply because I'm not sure where my camera position is going to be. So I want to get the main motions in place, at least for the beginning portion of the shot. Once I have the main motion in there, I can then go through, find a nice camera angle that works well with what I want, and then tweak all the poses to read really clearly on that new camera angle. Dye your hair orange and put a suit on. I might actually dye my hair again someday. I really liked dyeing the hair. It was fun. Cameron and I haven't done it in years though. I have to find a new hairdresser to do it. Okay. Something like this. This pose is definitely looking a little strange from this view. This is actually something I really like to do. And Dungeon Master, oh, that's an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. When I'm posing at a character, I always try to look at it from multiple angles. The big reason being, at least for me, if the pose isn't interesting from another camera angle, it means that something might be wrong. So for example here, I really want to push this pose to be nice and dynamic. But when I look at it from the side, it's kind of just like, there's no dynamic feel to it. It's bland and boring. That wrist is at a weird angle here. So I'll try to make it work from as many angles as I can. Now, this doesn't mean that I try to get everything absolutely perfect and everything must read 100% from all angles. No, the main camera angle is always going to be the most important. But if I can make it read better from another angle, then I know that if I do have a small camera change, well, that pose is going to be dynamic no matter what. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but it has to actually be like not broken. Now, there are exceptions to this. This is not a global rule. For example, there might be times when you exaggerate a motion to camera, so you really stretch out an arm to get this like foreshortening effect. Well, that could work really well, and in that case you would cheat to camera. And that's not a bad thing. But if you're not doing that, then there's really no point in just kind of animating randomly and just hoping for the best. I think she kind of needs to lean forward a little bit more. Okay. Now for the staff, it's going to be coming in okay, basically in the same direction. I'll get the mechanics of the staff going. I want to make it actually animate the whole way up and create an arc. Right now it kind of just stops. And I should actually just kind of move it off screen here. Okay. Yeah, this pose will definitely need a lot more work. I need to clean up that silhouette. It can be much stronger. Just by bringing this arm out, for example, and then tweaking her head so that she looks screen left, I'd be able to push that a lot more. And I might actually just do that right now. So pushing it just like this. Suddenly that opens up that silhouette, bring up this hand even. Just adds a little bit more tension. Now I will have to do some hand poses through here. Currently I'm not worried about hand poses because I want to get that quick pass. This whole first segment is about getting a quick pass, not about refinement. Once I finish this and I kind of get an idea if things are working, then I'll do a pass where I'm making every pose read really well, add in-betweens, and pose out all the bits. Oh, take care, RBS. And Korak, thank you so much for the follow. Must be perfect. Yes, must be perfect. I was wondering, in the case of game animation, if you would push the animation to look the best from the angles it would be viewed from most. Not to the point where other poses are compromised. In general, yes. So for example, in let's say a third-person game, 90% of the game, now this depends on the game, so and the animation. So for example, let's say you've got a standard third-person platformer game. So the camera is typically behind the character. So Super Mario Galaxy or Odyssey or something like that. The camera is 99% of the time, or I would say 90% of the time, behind the character. Not rotating around. As we're jumping and moving, it's behind the character. So that should look the absolute best and be clear from behind the character. As the camera rotates, it still has to look fantastic from all angles, but the one that you see the most is where you usually will want to make it look the best. And especially when it's behind the character, that's when you really have to kind of try and push the silhouette, because a lot of times when you animate an attack or something like that from behind, it's not going to be clear when we animate it normally. So if we were to just like have a swing, it gets hidden by the body a lot of the time. So you have to push the body a lot more to read from the back. So that's kind of the those are awesome emotes. They're adorable. And hello. So we want to push the animation so that it is as appealing as possible from that, because that's what the audience will see most of the time. Now there are exceptions to that, of course, like the back isn't always the view, but it's we wanted to try and focus on the views that the audience or the player specifically will see that character at that time. So for example, if you have a character who's sliding against a wall, well, suddenly the back view doesn't matter whatsoever because their back is against a wall. And most often cameras won't go into the wall. So you really only have to focus on the front view, or how the camera will move and lock in place when they're moving in that way. And then when you're doing that, you always have to make sure it looks good from all views. But then you have games like Dota or League of Legends, where it's a like top-down orthographic, or not orthographic, it does have perspective, but like it's a top-down isometric view. Well, suddenly you can cheat a lot more in there because you know that the camera's not going to come pan down a lot. So it really is depending on the shot. I'm not a fan of this one here. This arm, it's just not super interesting. But let's not start nitpicking things here. If I start doing that right now, I'm never going to get done. Okay, boop. I did twist the body, I think. Yeah. Okay. So we've got that. Let's go to the next key here, which is going to be right there. So select everything. Now this hand is actually going to go into IK again because she is grabbing the staff. Come on, view. There we go. So let's go boop, IK, set a key there. And I'm just going to position the staff down right away. This is the nice thing with a shot like this, is even though I'm going to have this character grab and let go of this object a lot, especially in the next little bit, because I'm dealing with FKIK and I'm having the staff lead the object, I technically never have to turn a constraint on or off. I just switch the hand. Use a lot of exaggerated motions and up and down animations. Yeah, exactly. When you look at just the model viewer, it definitely looks very strange. Those characters are moving in ways that they really shouldn't, but it works when you compare it to everything else because they're moving to that camera. Okay, so here we've got a nice little weight shift where she actually flattens her foot here and she's starting to shift her weight back. Back this way. Okay, one thing I'm noticing here is that my character is swinging a lot, which I'm not a fan of. Specifically the hips, they're coming way over. And it shouldn't be like that. Kind of looks okay though. I'll see. Basically what I might have to do is I might just... Well, actually, let's figure it out now. So, I think maybe if I just push the hips over this way. Yeah. I've got the hips moving too little over here. And then it was too much afterwards. So she stalled out before kind of coming up. There we go. That's better. And this is where reference comes in handy. Because as I was looking at my reference, there was this kind of fluid motion, and then there's a little bit of a exaggerated kind of sideways right here. Right in there. That mine was missing. Mine kind of just stalled out and felt dead in that situation. There we go. That feels better. Nice. Oh, take care, CD Animator. In case you missed my message earlier, your words have been super encouraging. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on motivation. Oh, it's my pleasure. And if ever you have questions, definitely feel free to message me anytime. And this goes for anyone. If ever you have questions or demo requests, always feel free to message me in the Discord link down below. And I'd be happy to set up a stream where I do a demo for you. Or if you're trying to learn a different aspect of animation or anything, feel free to ask. I can't promise that I'll get it to you right away because it depends on my schedule, but I'll definitely try to get it there for you. And bruh, thank you so much for the follow as well. Bruh Momentum. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Ooh. I love this song. Nino Kuni? Yeah. I never finished that game, but it was so good. The animation in it was so nice. So pleasant. Okay. And the music. Oh, the music. Let's see. So I'm just kind of looking at it from this side. I want to make sure that the character's not moving it along this perfect line here. And what I'm seeing is that there's a little pop. There we go. Now, I will have to add a lot more in-betweens here, because right now she's just kind of popping into that, but that's something for later me to do. Okay, let's reset the spine, and I think here she's going to start to lean forward, which means her hips are going to rotate back. This is one of the main things with spine motion that I see a lot of people forget, is that as your body leans forward, your hips have to lean up as well. They counter that motion. So always watch that rotation there. Was I on the wrong frame? Oh, I was right. Wrong control. So what I'm trying to do now is just get the hips working. Because here there's going to be a big shift in the angle of the hips that I want to get in there. So that foot flattens out, and then this foot here shifts outwards. Just a little bit. Also, her weight needs to shift a lot further over here. She needs to favor the other leg now. Okay. So something like that. I'm not a fan of how her head is so draggy right there. Let's see if I might just be able to tilt it up. She feels like she's trying to lift just a wet ball. Like just like a heavy like towel just kind of draping down her head. But we'll figure that out after. Again, not worried about the little details just yet. Okay, now I'm just gonna check something here. Okay, I think I might be able to actually switch the arms into local mode now. That way I don't have to worry about them countering what the body is doing. The same thing with the head. Okay. Now the line of action of the character is going to be a C curve. Whoop, right in here. There we go. That gets that nice overlap feeling in there. Yeah, it definitely has a zombie head motion. It's like dragging and whipping itself forward. And I think it might be kind of coming from here. I think that head kind of needs to lead the motion up a little bit more and not drag so much. As much as drag is nice in animation, if we drag, in this case, the head too much, we're going to end up... Yeah, that already feels better. It's not perfect, but quick pass. I keep having to get myself to stop fiddling. I keep trying to adjust things I shouldn't be working on. Oh, this control. So something like that. This arm's going to start to come forward. Yeah, let's try that. Let's get the head position in place. One of the passes that I'm going to do is a general head pass to see if I can get her to look in a specific direction and not just have random head motions. What thought process do you go through when figuring out line of action? Are there any rules of thumb to keep in mind? In general, for me, line of action is how to phrase it? I look for the feeling of energy that is going through a pose. And let me see if I can show this here. So I'm going to show my reference and let me find a good pose here. So we'll go with an extreme pose first. So here. This is a very extreme pose, and the line of action is pretty clear what's going on. We've got this, and like that. That would be the line of action. And it's basically where all of the energy is coming down. This leg is swooping down there, and everything else is kind of dragging from that. And it works from this line, and it creates this nice, appealing pose. And by taking that line and exaggerating it or kind of focusing on that in our posing, we can get a pose that feels like it's in motion, even if it's standing still, or if it's just a single solid pose, or like a stationary pose. We're not animating, we're not scrubbing through it, but it'll feel like it's in motion. But this applies to even like straight poses like this. So this is the area where I was kind of looking at before, where this character, it can very easily just look like this. where everything is just kind of coming off. And this is what I typically call starfishing. It's when every limb just kind of comes off the body in a random direction. And if I was to pose out the character like this, it's not going to be super interesting because, well, it's just straight and boring. So what I'll do is I'll try to exaggerate the line of action that currently exists on that pose. So for example, here I can see, based on the line of the head and the body, there's the slightest bit of line of action in there. So I can push that and maybe just tweak the pose ever so slightly by, for example, bringing this leg in just a little bit, like that. That's going to help push that line there. And then maybe kind of bring this leg out more slightly. So this way the weight isn't perfectly in between both feet, but favoring one side a little bit more than the other. Pushing the rotation of the spine just a little bit. And now you've got a it's very similar, but that line is a little bit more interesting. And the weight of the character is a little bit more interesting because they're not centered, or their hips are not centered between both feet. For the arms, same thing. I try to work them off of this line so that they're not just pointing in random directions, but if we've got a line like that, well, the arm is going to work off of that. And same thing here, try to work off of that line. It's, the way I kind of imagine it is, imagine you have kind of a tree. When you have a tree, the branches of a tree don't just stick out at random angles like this, or a flower, let's say. A flower is kind of a nicer example. Instead, you've got the flower that comes up, and the leaves of the flower flow off of that line. And then you get the leaf part. But they flow off of the line. And it creates this nice, organic, beautiful pose versus just a chaotic pile of limbs and things going in different directions, which is not super appealing to look at a lot of the times. And especially true if the core of the pose is straight and then everything just kind of goes like this. In random, I'm going to just give extra things, like, then you've got the head there, and it's just random for no reason. That's not interesting. So I try to look at where the energy is going. And if you find that, let's say, for example, we stop on a pose here and yeah, it is straight. And you look at your reference, you go, what do I do here? How do I push this? How do I make this interesting? Especially when it might be your starting pose. Well, in that case, just look at where you're going to go. So in this case, I know that she's going screen left. So that way. And she's whipping over. Well, how can I push this line of action? Well, maybe I have the hips, instead of being straight, which they are now. If you kind of look at the hip joints right here, this is pretty much straight. If you look at the line of, let's say, the armpit here and here, this is pretty much straight there. So this is what's kind of causing this to be a little dead, along with the center line being straight. So if you look at the center of the neck to the center of the hips there, everything is straight. Well, we know that the pose is going screen left. Well, what if I have the hips lead the action a little bit more and the shoulders drag just a little bit? It doesn't have to be the extreme where I'm bending the pose like this, but just a little bit of a bend is going to help push that. And maybe I just favor those hips a little bit more screen left. So take the whole pose and just kind of a little bit to the left so that the center of the hips aren't perfectly centered between the feet. Suddenly I get that feeling of motion. And I'm not straying from what I have, I'm exaggerating it. Oh, take care, Sunflower! And Crystallis, thank you so much for the follow! So it's trying to take these elements and look for ways of exaggerating them. And to me, a lot of line of action is the energy of the pose. So for example here, you really kind of feel that energy coming through there. The other leg flows through there. The arm, you get a flow right through here. So it's not just random lines all going in different directions. The arms are just doing their own things. There's this flow from the one arm to the next, from the legs through each other, and pushing that. Now, another thing to keep in mind with line of action, and this is more for gesture drawing, but I still try to apply it here, is when you're looking at line of action, it is not the silhouette. That is not the line of action. This is not the line of action. Those are wrong. Line of action is also not the center line of the character. That is not line of action. Line of action, the way I kind of view it, is like a river going through a character. If you ever see a river coming down, or a winding river. So let's say you've got a winding river here, like so. Well, the line of action of the river, the line of movement, is not in the center, because that's not how water works. The way water works is that it pushes against the corners and the curves. So when you have water flowing, it's going to come through and hit this bank before turning, come through and hit this bank, and then hit that bank, and it's more extreme. Even though the river itself is fairly, what's the word I'm looking for? Calm, I guess you could say. The lines aren't sharp and jagged. The energy itself is going to be more extreme, because the water within the river is going to be hitting the banks and flowing from that. So for example, in this pose, the line of action isn't just this. That's the simplified line of action. But when I'm kind of figuring out in my head, I'm trying to think, okay, so you've got the energy from her head, and she's throwing herself forward, where all that force is going to be in the hip. So it's going to be pushing out here. There's an outwards force coming through there as the leg is pushing up. So you've got this line right here. Now from there, this other leg is lifting upwards. So we're going to have this kind of line that flows up like so before dragging back down. The arm, the shoulder is coming up. There's force bringing the shoulder and the whole clavicle up in order to throw itself upwards. So we're going to get this that then flows through here. Same thing right there. So it's trying to think of the river concept. At least for me, that's what I find helps me understand and pose out my character a little bit more than simply just, oh, a line and everything has to be on this line. Because it's kind of like silhouette. How silhouette, a lot of people when they first start out with silhouette, the base concept is simple. Silhouette is legibility in the contours of the pose. But that doesn't mean that we should pose our characters like this all the time, where everything is perfectly in silhouette and doesn't overlap at all because, well, now we have a perfect silhouette. No, we can pose someone like this, with their hands in front of them like so. That's still a good silhouette. We just have to know how to do it properly. Line of action is a line, but it doesn't mean that everything has to be on that line. It just means that the energy has to flow from that line. And we can push things and exaggerate things in a lot of different ways to get that to work properly. So I don't know if I answered your question there, but that's typically what I try to keep in mind when I'm posing. So for example, with this pose, I've got this line of action, this kind of C curve going through the character here. So I want to try and push everything to help exaggerate and kind of complement that line. And if I can do that and get a pose that reads well, then I've succeeded. Okay, now here, the hips definitely need to drop. And if you're interested in line of action, one thing I would recommend checking out is Glenn Vilppu's talks on line of action. He is an amazing illustrator. I've met him a few times at conventions, and he's just the nicest guy. But his talk on line of action is one of my favorites, and really helped me understand the concept a lot more. And let me write the name out for you. I think it's 1N. Glenn Vilppu. Okay, so we've got that. Let's rotate this hip even more. So one thing I always try to look at when I'm posing a character is the line from the middle of the neck here down to the hips. And what I want to try and avoid is the line right there being perfectly in line with each other, where the neck is always over top of the hips. I try to offset that as much as I can, because it'll tend to make the character feel a little bit more like they're in motion and not that their spine is boring and just straight. So let's see, I think this pose is pretty much done for now. Okay, let's do this pose here. Now I'm gonna have to set up a little bit of a difference here. Okay, so this foot is now flat. The foot rotates on the ground. Whenever you're animating a character, always look for the rotations of the feet. I feel like I say that every time I animate something. But it is amazing how much that's going to help your animations feel just more alive when the feet don't feel like they're just glued to the floor. Okay. Dippy 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 dippy. Just do a little dance. Okay, so her weight is coming back. And let me actually check forward here. Yeah. So she's shifting her weight back forward onto this screen, or her right leg, screen left. So something like this. That knee's gonna have to come in. Get that weight shift in there. Now she's also leaning back, which means her hips are going to come forward. Rotate forward. Floor is lava, exactly. Okay, yeah, I can push this a lot more. Now, just in general, when people are doing stances like this, I might actually bring this foot forward. You want the weight to be behind the toes so that the knee doesn't go in front of the toes like this. This tends to take away a lot of the energy of a pose. And if you ever kind of look at athletes and whatnot, you'll see that a lot. They don't let their feet go too far forward. Translate Y. No, wait, that's rotate Y. I want my translate Z. So by bringing that foot forward like so, I can just kind of get that feeling there. So the leg doesn't have to go so far forward. And I can probably tone it down how much it goes to the side. So I can bring it more forward. And you notice I'm doing this in the graph editor. This just makes it easier to make broad changes. There we go. Makes it easier to do these broad changes without having to go and try to copy two keys. Okay. So the hips I've got in position. Let's get the spine in position now. So the spine is going to be twisted this way. And not too much. Back. And what I'm trying to get is this line of action along this leg this time. And it's definitely feeling very odd here. That's not a great pose for the body. Let's see if we can get that a little bit better. I've just got her back too rotated. She looks like she's gotten hit in the back by a ball. Let's rotate the body this way. So I want this reversal. You can see how the line kind of reverses in the body. That's what I'm trying to aim for here. It's going to help push the energy through the pose. Now, one thing I'm not a fan of is how the arcs are kind of working out here. I'm definitely going to I feel like I need to push these a lot more. That's a little better already. Makes a bigger statement right there. Let's see. Okay, let's get the head in place. This is going to help a lot as well. Just rotating the head so that the line of the goes right through into that head too. Okay. Now we're switching hands here. Not attack. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So let's first get the staff in position here. So she grabs it there, it swings out, and then the rotation of the staff is pretty much this way. But probably a little bit more like this. Now this is where, when we start blocking this in and refining it, where we're going to get a lot of some cool hand action, because the hand can't just stay like this. As you can see, it does not work. So instead, as the staff rotates, her hand is going to reposition itself along that staff so that it is this way. Now let's actually raise this a little bit higher so we're not blocking our view, and also kind of rotate that so it's a clearer silhouette on the staff. Okay. Now the hand isn't posed, but we'll work on that later. So right around there. Make sure I get that clavicle in there. Zip. And then forward. So something like that. And now the other hand is going to be in IK. So it's going to be way back there. So let's set a key on that and on this. Okay. And I've got to constrain its group to the locator. Okay. So let's reset our rotations here. Try to rotate this smartly. So the wrist here is going to be this way. So her palm is facing her. It's going to be like that. Her elbow is going to have to go forward. Something like this. Okay. Now let's actually just get the basic positioning here done. So elbow out, clavicle definitely needs some work. Go up, forward. So already that helps clear things up. And Twinkle Toes, hello! What's this for? This is just a personal animation. This is basically, I wanted to do it's not a demo, but a kind of, I wanted to show a character manipulating an object, and switching hands, letting go of an object, catching the object, and not just having the object kind of stay in the hand and just move like this. I want the ability to like readjust it in the character's hands. So that's kind of the top goal of this. The second goal is I wanted to animate something with a lot of motion. Because I don't think I've ever really animated something like that on stream before. So this is what we have so far. So we're getting to where we need to be. We've still got a lot of poses missing here, but we're getting there. And we're technically we've only reached the halfway mark of this shot. Okay, so let's constrain this. So take this, take the group, constrain parent, and there we go. Now that hand should follow along. Nice. Kind of want to bring this elbow forward just a little bit more. Yeah, okay. So, we've got that. Okay. Next key is going to be here. Okay. So, foot rotates. Currently working on a back handspring animation. Is shaky. So how can I smooth it out? Well, let me ask you this. What stage of animation are you in right now? Are you still in blocking, or have you gone into splines? Just depending on which stage it's at, it'll have a different solution. Yeah, back springs are tough, handsprings, because technically you're going from a character that walks on 2 feet to a character that walks on 2 hands for just a little bit, which can be very tricky to animate. But if you're still in blocking, the biggest thing I would do is basically just watch your arcs right from... Oh, define splines. So are you animating and you're just working with your base keys like this? Or do you have all the in-betweens like this? So you can see, once I go into this, I've got some horrifying poses in here. If I was to hit play with this, it would be awful. So, oh, you're trying to polish it off? Okay, so if you're in your polish phase, the big thing I would do is try to focus on one part of the rig at a time. So the first thing I would do, and only work in segments, not the whole thing all at once. So when I do segments, I either do like every, or like 20 frames and then another 20 frames and another 20 frames. So I might just do the first 20 frames of this shot, or I'll do moments. So for example, the first moment might be the jump here before the flip. Then the next moment might be the flip, and so on. So you just do moments. And when you're polishing it up, just start with the root and the hips, or even just the root, the hips of the character and the feet. So you just get that to feel good for that one little segment. Once you have that feeling good, then you get the spine feeling good for just that one little segment, and so on and so forth. But you work your way out. You start with the root or the hips. It depends on the rig, but usually the root and the hip are the same thing. Then the feet, and then you go back up and work on the rest. And if you can just kind of focus on just those elements and kind of address them first and get them to feel good first, that's going to help a lot. And oftentimes what I'll do is I'll just kind of hide the parts that I'm not looking at. You can either do this by, if you have a proxy mode on the character, just setting the proxy mode and making it so it's invisible and you just focus on the hips. Or even, for example, let's say I'm doing this jump here. Well, I can just zoom the camera in on the hips and just focus on this. And actually, I don't even need that. Let's go back to -5 here. So I just focus on that. Okay, make that look good. I'm not looking at the top of the body, just this part. And if I can get that to work, then I'm solid. If that feels like there's weight, if it's feeling clean and no pops, then I know I'm ready to go on to the next part. And the nice thing with that kind of workflow is it avoids the I guess the battle of constant fiddling, where you're just constantly going back and forth, doing the head, then the hips, and then oh wait, now something got affected on the head, and then oh wait, now I've got to do the spine, but then that affects the head and the arms, and now I have to, like, you're just constantly going back and forth without clear direction. Now the other thing, and this goes for not just polish but any stage of animation, what I will do is I will make notes on a piece of paper, and I will just write out everything I need to do. So for example, on a shot like this, if I notice that the spine has a pop in a certain area, I'll write it down. And then and actually, do I have it here? I think I might have some of my notes. So I just have a little like notepad here. I've also got bigger notepads, but a small one like this works pretty well just for keeping on hand. Which one is it? Okay, here. So, or is it this one? Yeah. So I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me. Come on, focus. So I just write down notes of everything I need to do. And what I'll do once I have the notes in place is I number them. I'll just number all the notes. So I'll look through my shot and go, okay, the spine feels broken at this point. Write it down. Oh, there's a wiggle from frame whatever to whatever. Write that down. I go through everything and write down everything. Sometimes I'll have 20 or 30 notes. Just everything that I can find wrong with the shot. Then what I'll do is I'll number them. And I number them in the order that I need to fix them. So for example, things with the hips should be number 1. If there's a problem with the hips, that has to be the first thing I fix because it's going to affect everything else. And you number them and you organize them based on the order you need to fix them in. And then you just do it. Before your next play blast, at least your next big play blast, you try to fix everything on that list. Or at least everything in a section. And then that allows you to progress much faster. Ever since I've started using that workflow, I've found that my work has sped up quite a bit because it gets rid of all those moments where we tend to just kind of noodle and just kind of animate one thing over and over and over instead of progressing forward with our shots. So that helped me a lot. Definitely needs to drop a lot more. Okay. So the main thing I'm going to need to do here is think of the spine rotation. So the spine here is rotating this way. this way. Then I think it's kind of rotating forward. It's hard to see because in the reference she's wearing a black clothes. There we go. I want the rotate Y, the twist in the body. That should be the big rotation here. The one I really feel. Everything else should kind of support that. Okay. And the big reason being, the staff is going to be swung forward here. So let's take a look at the staff and figure out where it's going to be rotated. Okay. So it's coming down this way. It looks so awkward. Okay. Down. And pull it away a little bit. Clavicle. Never forget the clavicle. And the other hand is actually letting go at this point. So I can take this hand, set it to FK. Let's set a key on everything. And actually, no, I'm not going to key this frame on FK. The big reason is that hand is pulling away, but it still needs to be close to the rod. So if I switch it to FK right now, and then I have to adjust the rod position, it means I'm going to have to repose that whole hand in FK all the time. If I keep it in IK for this frame, and just kind of pull it away slightly here, I'll be able to keep it in line and just have to make minor adjustments on the rod, and it'll fix everything on its own. The hand poses are hurting me so much. I just want to pose out these hands. I must resist. This is not the time. Okay. Let's not push it too far, or they'll implode. Okay, bring that back. And divorced uncle, thank you so much for the follow. Divorced uncle out on bail. That is an awesome username. Let's see. So this wrist is actually bending back the other way, like so. There we go. The head is just gonna have a little bit of an angle change. Okay. We're getting there. Now, I could technically go quite a ways for my next contact, which is going to be like right here. So there's going to be a big gap right in there, which I could do. The main goal right now, and I've said this before, but the main goal is not to get all of the in-betweens and the motion super fluid. If I do that and then have to make a change, I'm going to be basically hurting myself more than anything. So instead, what I need to do is really focus myself on just getting the moments I need. Actually, I might do a key right there first. Also, how do you fix timing? Because my keys are perfect speed at true beginning, but in the middle they're too slow. How do you make the middle ones faster? You can just move them or scale them. If you do scale them, you just need to snap them afterwards. So for example, if I find that my keys in the middle are too slow, you can just move them individually, so just like that. Or if you have to do a whole segment, just click and drag and then scale like so to speed it up. And then once you do that, you'll notice that the keys are going to be on partial frames. So for example, this is 55.83, not just frame 55. So you would go through, select those again, right click on your timeline and hit snap. And this would snap your keys back onto whole frames. So that would be the main way to retime things. You can also do it in the graph editor, but I find doing it in the timeline here works pretty well. Okay, so let's get this in place here. So this foot is now going to be way up, over on one side, and rotate it like crazy. Not that far. It'll be like that. Now that's a heavy drum beat. Okay. I can turn off cached playback. I don't need that calculating all the time. And I just realized I should save. I can't remember what the last time I saved, or even if I did save. Okay. Interesting. There's definitely some lag going on here. Even just clicking and dragging, you can see how that selection box is slow. Let's see. My CPU is fine. I'm just going to check my RAM. Yeah, definitely my RAM's not bad. Interesting. Something's calculating that shouldn't calculate. Strange. Okay. So this foot's rotating as well. Not quite as extreme. And then the hips are going Oh, wait a second. I'm noticing something in my reference that I didn't see before. This foot on this frame here is coming forward. So it's swinging out and forward. So let's see here. Yeah, that's better. So that's going to help add some depth to this moment. Not having the feet just stay in one plane, but instead swinging around like that. Okay, now this means that the hips will come forward. You rotate up on this side, forward on that side, I believe. No, wait, this way. Let's see. I need to get a nice line through here. Nice line of action, basically going through. And the body is going to counter this. Okay, let's reset that. Shoulder swinging through. And she's going to be leaning forward. She's basically lunging at this point. That foot should be further forward. Okay, I think I might drag the body back a little bit. That way the hips kind of have a nice, ooh, that was rotating on its own. A nice big motion, while the head is a little bit more stabilized. So this kind of pushing away from what my reference has and just kind of trying to work in something a little different. Okay, there's definitely something going on here with Maya. The way it's calculating these things so slowly is very strange. Okay, now this hand can now be an FK. Okay. Now this arm. Wow. The interpolations here are so slow. I might have to call it pretty soon just to restart my computer. Because this is... It feels like Maya's about to crash. That's the feeling I get when I get this kind of slowdown. Let's see. So I personally love animating because I feel it's a fun way of expressing myself and I find it relaxing. Why do you like animating? I like animating. There's a lot of different reasons, but one of them is I find it fascinating, and I also love the idea that we are taking a 2D, or not a 2D, a puppet, a rig, just a collection of pixels and polygons, and by animating them and moving them, suddenly these characters that really aren't alive in any sense of the term suddenly feel like they are alive. They feel like they're living and breathing and thinking. And when we reach that moment, to me it's just fascinating. I love that moment when I'm animating and suddenly the characters I'm working with, they feel like they're actually living, breathing creatures, or a person with thoughts and emotions and feelings. So that's one of the reasons. But like I said, there are a lot of different reasons why I like to animate. I like the challenge of it. I like the fact that with animation, we're never really going to ever learn everything. There's always going to be something that we need to keep learning. And I know for a lot of people that's kind of demoralizing. It's like, ugh, you're never going to achieve like perfection, or like that moment when you finally know all the animation secrets. That's never going to happen. There's always something to learn, something to do. But for me, that's just kind of cool because it means that I'm never going to get bored with what I'm animating or with what I'm doing. Let's see. I'm just following the staff right now. I want to figure out where I need it to be. Okay. It needs to be... It's going to rotate a lot more, but this way. I'll fix all the rotations afterwards. So yeah, with animation you always feel the excitement of it coming together, but you never feel the letdown of it being perfect. Very true. I find it's something where I never get bored, because there's always something new to animate that you've never really animated before. It's something that can kind of keep you, again, learning something different, but even just kind of, sorry, what I'm looking for. It keeps you experiencing new things. So for example, there was one shot I animated once when I was still in school, which was a ballet shot, a character dancing ballet. And ballet was something I was never interested in. Not for any specific reason, it's just, it never appealed to me, really. And why is this way out there now? And then, wow, this is so laggy. And then I started learning how to animate a ballet shot. And it gave me a whole new appreciation for ballet. And that was something I never thought I would have. Not because I have anything against ballet again, it's just I'm not into dancing. It's not one of those things that I ever wanted to do or figured I would do. But through animation, I got to experience this totally new aspect of life. And that to me is fascinating, because you get to do these things as an animator that are just so much fun. Okay, this needs to be a little bit less bent. There we go. And then let's twist that elbow around a little bit more. So she's doing this. No, the elbow would be out. So this is where trying to pose yourself is actually very helpful. So it's twisting around like that. Okay. So I have one more pose here, and then I think I'm going to call it because Maya's running so slow. I'm pretty sure it's going to crash pretty soon. And I don't want to keep animating and potentially lose something. Plus, I probably need to grab something to eat. It's been a while since I've eaten anything. I'm always shooting for the perfect shot, but it'll never get there. Exactly. Every time you think, oh man, this shot is getting so much better, it's the best shot I've ever animated, you'll also find areas where it's like, oh wait, I could do this better. So there's always this improvement and this learning that comes with animation, which is awesome to me because in 20 years from now, if I'm still animating, I hope I am, I'll be able to look at those shots and still be motivated and awed by the stuff I get to work on and kind of look at my stuff and go, wow, I couldn't have done that before. Whereas with other like careers and things like that, you might reach that point where like you're the master of that career. You know everything. You know how everything works. There's no new surprises left, which is cool in its own right when you reach that point and become a true master. But it kind of seems lonely as well. I can't imagine what my animations will look like in 20 years. Yeah, exactly. That thought of what are we going to be like in 20 years? And what are our shots going to be like? It's so... like, I can't wait for that day. Well, I can. I don't want to be 60 years old just yet. But that is really cool to me. Okay. I want her higher here. Get a curve in there. Okay. The hip raises on this side. Oh, I don't know if I have a schedule command. If you just look at the below the stream, if you're on a phone, it might not show up, but the schedule should be just below the stream. I'm hoping to get a whole batch of commands in for the next stream. It's on my to-do list. Let's see. Let's kind of try to reverse this curve a little bit. Kind of want to push this a little bit more here. Lead that motion a little bit more. Oh, it's so slow. There we go. Kind of swoop up in there. So what's your schedule? The schedule is let's see. I forget now. It's Mondays at 3 p.m. PS or Central Time. I wonder if I can just find the schedule for you. How can I post a schedule? See, I don't know if I'll be doing another hour. Oh, thank you, Mamaruk. Yeah, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Now it's at least in Central Time. It is Monday at 3, Wednesday at 9, and then Friday at noon, I believe. Yeah. So we go at a lot of different time zones, or to accommodate for different time zones, so that we can basically help people around the world if we can. Ideally. According to your schedule, yeah, 3 Mondays at 3. Okay, so this needs to come forward a little bit. I definitely need a command for that. That'd be very helpful. Okay. The staff will be pointed upwards. Probably out this way. So slow. The elbow is going to be close to the body here. Yep. That shoulder shouldn't be that high. So something like that. And that poor wrist. Let's fix that. Let's see, Monday to Friday at 3 says your schedule. Interesting. Does the schedule say 3 for every Q&A or every stream? Interesting. Let me check here, because that's definitely not right. Let's see. On my... Oh, yeah, you're right. Friday at 3, it says. Interesting. That should be noon. Let's see if I can quickly fix that before I forget. There we go. Aha. Should be fixed now with a refresh. It says Wednesday at 9. Okay, Wednesday at 9 is good. Friday at noon, Monday at 3. Bring that a little lower. The staff, I'm not worried about getting anywhere close to correct right now. That's going to come later. I really don't need to worry about getting that in place here. Now this arm, let's just zero this out because that's definitely feeling broken. That's better. So the arm is starting to swing forward here. Often when I'm trying to pose out arms, I'll just add an extra bend to the elbow. That way I can kind of get the angle of the arm correct. And then just kind of put that back. Okay. So it's feeling okay. It's definitely missing a lot of in-betweens. But let's see. How many more poses would I need here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I only really need 6 more poses and then I'll have blocked out all of it. But I'm gonna do that next stream because I have to grab something to eat and my computer is running so slow right now that it's gonna take me like an extra hour just to get those 6 poses in. I'm not sure why, because everything says it should be running okay. But before we call it here, I do want to get a quick play blast of this just to see what we've got and see if the timing feels okay. So let's do that here. I'll just save it like that and do it on my desktop. Okay. Oh no, wait. Ooh, no, I don't want to play blast this. Not yet. Because it's still in splines. Let's see, will stepped preview be an issue here? Yeah, it will. Okay, so I'm just going to have to go through, make sure I've got all my controls selected. Let's open the graph editor. And while I've got all this, let's actually make sure I've got a key on every pose. Step mode and... oh, I'm missing a control there. Or curve. Do you? Yep. Okay, now we can do a play blast. Let me save. That would have been a horrible play blast if I had just left those curves on. Hopefully it'll be an interesting shot. The main thing I want to do is really get the contacts on the hands really, really solid here. Okay, and the color seems a little off. I'm gonna have to fix that. It's a little pale for some reason. Oh well, let's see what we've got. Yeah, so it's okay right now. The big thing is it feels like she's just kind of going huh, with the staff going forward right at the end here, right there. But it's actually missing a whole arc of the arm right here. It just kind of looks like she's pushing it forward, which is not super interesting. But I'm definitely going to be interested. I want to have a version here that I'll save out with just the key poses. And then once we add in the core breakdowns, I'll be interested to see how it progresses, how it looks different and like just how much more the motions are clear, because right now we get the general idea that the character is moving forward, but we're not really getting the idea of how they're moving. So that should be interesting. But I think with that, we'll call it here, unless anyone has any last minute questions before we go. I hope this was interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to continue this probably on Friday, I hope. We'll see how my schedule is. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for hanging out for this. I hope it's enjoyable to watch just kind of a general animation instead of like a demo or something. And yeah, hope to see you in the next stream or the Q&A if you're an animation mentor. And I'll see you around. Take care, everyone. Bye.